From distant lands we gather, hearts of fire all along. Oh, because we follow through the storm and through the fight. For Valhalla we will borrow strength and might under moonlight. Warriors of the ancient sea, songs of glory dark and bold. In the night, our spirits free, legends born, tales unfold. Oh, because we follow through the storm and through the fight. For Valhalla we will borrow strength and might under moonlight. From horizons wild we roam, with thunder in our soul. Every battle brings us home to the stories ages told. Oh, because we follow through the storm and through the fight. For Valhalla we will borrow strength and might under moonlight.
Hey! Oh, why do I always forget to close that door? Always, always, always. Heyo! And welcome to look at this other case out of Massachusetts. And it has some people we might recognize. It's more or less sorry. It involves more or less every shady cop from the Canton retrial and and some of the cops from the Sandra Birchmore case. And this is the Brian Walshe alleged murder case. He is charged with the ending of his wife. Now, they haven't found her, but they have found a lot of really bad evidence towards Mr. Walshe. However, it seems like they forgot a few things, like a warrant, before they started, let's look at this. So what we are checking out today is the motion to suppress hearing regarding the search of Mr. Walshe's electronic devices. According to the defense, when he handed over the electronic devices to Mr. Fanning, recognize that name, there was specific things in agreement between the district attorney's office and Mr. Walshe's then attorney. Only look at communications between Mr. and Mrs. Walshe. The only thing that was in that agreement, everything else, you need a warrant. Now, what allegedly did the cops do? Yeah, they checked his Google history and other stuff. And then they wrote the warrant to search the devices. So this is the hearing where involved cops are trying to defend their decision. And amongst these are people you recognize. Definitely Mr. Buchanan, Troop Sergeant Buchanan, or Bukaki, or whatever the translation is. And you might recognize the name of Fanning. you might recognize the name Keith, not O'Keefe, just Keith. And you might also recognize Lawrence. Now, all four of those were involved in the Karen Read trial, in the Karen Read case. Fanning was involved in the Sarah Birchmore case. And Sarah Birchmore, if you don't know, for many, many years, well, for a bunch of years, the claim was from the DAs and the investigators, oh, she self-ended. Then Sandra Birchmore's family hired a medical examiner who checked the work of the state's medical examiner and said, no, this is not self-ending. This is not how damages after a self-ending is. So he concluded that it was a homicide. And then apparently FBI got involved, heard of that before, and they agree that it is a homicide. Now, District Attorney Morrissey still says, no, self-ending. Why? Why okay, calm down now, Nick. Sandra Birchmore was 13 years old when a local cop started grooming her. Groomed her for years, took her virginity at age 15, and kept her as more or less a sex toy until she got pregnant. And then now he's charged with her murder. But not according to District Attorney Morrissey, because apparently Mr. Morrissey has something with, we are going to protect cops at all costs, regardless if they are PDF files or not. This is something I will try to get into during this summer regarding, because Jesus Christ, there is a lot of PDF file cops in Massachusetts. You had the former head of the cop union, who for 27 years raped minors, and many, many other cases of law enforcement guys fiddling with minors. But this is not one of these cases. Hey, meme raid. Hey, yeah, I saw it. Thank you, meme. Meme Copium raided us. Yay. We are here to watch the Brian Walshe hearing. It is a motion to suppress because Massachusetts cops, they really can't follow basic rules like getting a warrant and stuff like that. Hey, Bender done that meme raid. Vodka blood, the Viking got raided. Yeah, it's the other way around. Sarah Brown says, I don't think it's just Massachusetts, it's a person with power and authority thing. I agree. But in order to narrow it down, Massachusetts has a has many of them. And I will try to get, you know, YouTube, and when we talk about rape and grooming and other things involving minors, you get they punish you for it. So I will try to do that as best as I can, starting with this case, which is not one of these cases. This is Brian Walshe, who is charged with the murder of his wife. And the cops took a bunch of shortcuts in this. Like, we don't need no freaking warrant. We are going to look through his things, and then we will get a warrant. We will not write reports until 2 years later and stuff like that. But I'm getting ahead of myself. This is an extremely interesting hearing because it shows cops protecting cops, but they still can't lie. So we get a lot of information here. So playing in 1.25 speed, the hearing is over 4 hours. Even at 1.25 speed with my commentary, I think I have to do it in 2 sessions, today and tomorrow. So let's just get on with it. And thank you again to Meme Copium for the raid. I really appreciate it. Hit the thumbs up, folks. You know you gotta. You know you gotta. Vodka Blood said a bunch of our speakers got arrested and indicted for corruption. Yeah. Yep. Sammy, I came back to this channel a long time and you have cut your beard. Yeah, I had to trim. It's summer, it's warm and everything. But hey, hair still here. Hair still here. And if you wonder about this new t-shirt in my... This is from the regarding the Delphi case. Because a person of interest had this thing that instead of spelling out wrong with a W, he spelled out wrong. And everybody calls us cranes. So, ta-da! You find that in my merch store. Link to that is in the description. I have different colors. Yay! All right, let's get on with it. Let's get on with it. If you have questions about this case, other cases, and stuff like that, put a big question mark before and after your question, and hopefully I will see it or put it in a super chat. All right, let's go.
Commonly called Greg Lorenz.
Okay.
I solemnly swear or affirm the testimony shall provide in the matter now and herein shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Welcome to Legal
Keep your
Snort.
voice up nice and loud.
That is Mr. Walsh.
Morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Could you please state your name and could you please spell your last name for the record?
Gregory Lowrance, spelled Lowrance.
And, sir, where do you work?
Cohasset Police Department.
And how long have you worked there?
About 6 years.
And what's your current rank there?
I am a police officer, currently assigned as a school resource officer to the elementary schools there in town.
Okay. Were you working on January 4th of 2023?
Yes, I was.
And for the record, that was a Wednesday that day?
Yes.
So on January 24th on 2023, what was your shift that day?
It was...
Sorry, I guess I said the wrong date. January 4th, 2023?
January 4th,
Yes.
2023, yes.
What was the hours of your shift that day?
8 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Okay. Now, sir, as a result of being an officer, were you in uniform that day?
Yes, I was.
Okay. At 11:44 a.m., where were you dispatched?
I was dispatched to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in the town of Cohasset.
Now, Chief Justice Cushing Highway, does that have another designation as far as a roadway?
In town is also known as Route 3A.
And Route 3A, is it busy road, back road? Can you tell me a little bit about it?
It's a state highway, very busy road.
And why were you dispatched to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Cohasset Police Dispatch got a call from a male party by the name of Hugh Dunleavy in Washington, D.C., stating that one of his employees has not been seen since the previous Friday.
Okay. Now, do you remember the name of the company he worked for?
It was Tishman Spire.
And do you remember the name of the employee that he was calling about?
Anna Walsh.
And did he say where she resided?
She resided in Cohasset.
And what did he say about where her vehicle was located?
Her vehicle was located on the property. It was last seen on the parking lot logging system on the 29th of December, 2022.
Down in D.C.?
Yes, sir.
And was it explained as far as her relationship to Washington, D.C. and why she had a residence in Cohasset?
She works down in Washington, D.C. and commutes back and forth.
And now, sir, when you got to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, who did you meet there at that residence?
Brian Walsh.
Can you explain to me what happened when you got to the house that day?
I exited my cruiser and he met me at the doorway and said that he wanted to report his wife missing and file a police report with the Cohasset Police.
And what was his demeanor like when you saw him at the doorway?
Very calm.
Now, this initial interaction with Mr. Walsh, was it recorded?
No, it was not.
Why wasn't it recorded?
Cohasset Police did not have body-worn cameras at that time.
And so what had he told you he had done to try and locate his wife at this point in time?
He told me that he had tried texting her, and he did contact his employer, or her employer.
And what did he tell you as far as the last time he had seen his wife?
It would be Sunday morning, January 1st, 2023, between the hours of 6 a.m. and 7 a.m.
Did he say where she was going after that point?
She had a work emergency and had to go back to Washington, D.C.
Did he say how she was going to leave the home that day?
She was going to take either an Uber or a Lyft.
And head to where, sir?
Logan Airport.
Now, what did he say about his attempts to contact her?
He has attempted to contact her via text, and also he had reached out to coworkers and acquaintances in the D.C. area.
And when she was working in D.C., did he tell you how often he would have contact with her?
He said that usually they would speak frequently, and she would FaceTime with their children.
And did he have any information about where she resided in Washington, D.C. during the week?
They own a townhouse down there.
Did he give you the address?
He did give me the address. I do not know it off the top of my head.
That's okay. And did he give you any information concerning her vehicle in Washington, D.C.?
Yes, she had a vehicle that she kept down there. It was a 2022 gray Volkswagen Taos.
What did he provide you?
Sorry, I missed the end of that. It was a 2022 what?
Volkswagen Taos.
Thank you.
And, sir, did he provide you a physical description of her?
Yes, give me the description. Standing 5'2" in height, about 115 pounds, brown hair, brown eyes.
Now, how long was this interaction with Mr. Walshe at the Walshe home that morning when you went to go see him?
Probably about 20, 30 minutes maybe.
And after that, where'd you go?
I left the residence, and then I did return to the same house later that evening.
Did you have to fill out any documentation after you left the residence?
Yes, I went back to the Closet Police Station and filled out an NCIC missing persons report.
Your Honor, at this point in time, we've already talked about the first 28 exhibits in this book. I'm going to give this to the court, and we can remark these 20 exhibits.
All right, and you can, as they come in, if defense counsel wishes to object to any of them, you let me know, and we'll deal with them real time.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you. Officer, do you recognize the document I just handed to you?
Yes, you did.
What is the document I just handed to you?
There's a missing person report for an NCIC record entry.
And what is an NCIC entry?
It is a database where we can enter information on a missing person that goes out to surrounding police and other law enforcement agencies.
And where did you get the information to fill out that report?
Mr. Walsh.
And that's the report you filled out after meeting with Mr. Walsh at the end of the report?
Correct.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, which would be 21.
Any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
The NCIC report, missing persons, is now exhibit 21 in evidence.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now,
Can I just, sorry to interrupt. Is that the same one as Exhibit 4 that's on the list?
I apologize. I didn't. It is the same one as Exhibit 4. My bad. We put that in last time. My apologies, Your Honor. It's already been marked as Exhibit 4.
It's fine. I take judicial notice that 4 and 21 are the same. Thanks for pointing that out, so I don't look for a difference.
And I don't need to give it any more weight than it deserves putting it in place.
All right, that's fine. It won't give me more weight. Can I have the binder?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure.
Officer, what information did Cohasset PD have at this point in time from Mr. Dunleavy as far as the last time Ms. Walsh had been seen at her workplace?
They had a record of her on their security system on the 29th of December.
And what was the information that Cohasset PD had at this time as far as the last time Ms. Walsh's car was recorded entering or exiting a Tishman Speyer facility in Washington, D.C.?
It was recorded on the parking lot logging system at right around 5 a.m. on the 30th of December.
And what information did Mr. Dunleavy provide Cohasset PD as far as the accessibility from that location to getting to Reagan International Airport?
She can usually easily access the airport via train from that location.
What did Cohasset PD do that afternoon as far as attempting to locate Ms. Walsh's cell phone?
A ping was ordered by Cohasset Police from her cell phone provider.
And, sir, are you aware of the last time, according to that? Well, first, what is a ping?
A ping is the process of determining the last activity of a cell phone by having it send a signal to a nearby cell phone tower.
Okay. Now, sir, when was the last time, according to the information that was received?
That's not entirely true. A ping is just sending a signal to make contact, and through that contact, you can not determine just by that alone where it is. You still have to take further steps.
For the request for the ping, that Miss Walsh's phone interacted with the tower.
It was 3:14 a.m. on January 2nd, 2023.
And do you know the location of the tower it had contact with?
Yes, it was on Reservoir Road in Cohasset.
Now, that tower, how close is that to the family home for the Walsh?
About a quarter of a mile.
And how were you able to identify the provider for Miss Walsh's cell phone?
Mr. Walsh advised me of the provider of the cell phone.
And is that also how you got the phone number?
Yes, sir.
Now, did Mr. Walsh provide you any information concerning what airline Anna Walsh was going to fly that morning on January 1st?
Yes, sir.
What did he say?
She was flying with JetBlue airline.
And what did Cohasset PD do that afternoon to find out if Miss Anna Walsh had flown on JetBlue?
We contacted Massachusetts State Troopers assigned to the Logan Airport barracks to inquire with JetBlue, and they advised them that they had no record of ever flying with JetBlue that morning.
And what is it that Cohasset PD did that afternoon to contact the carrier Uber to see if it had had any contact with Anna Walsh on January 1st?
We did a records request with Uber, and they had no records of any pickups or drop-offs from 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset.
And, sir, also, what was done as far as Cohasset PD attempting to contact law enforcement in Washington, D.C. to locate Anna Walsh?
Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department was contacted to check the townhouse where Anna stays when she's working down there, and they entered it with Mr. Walsh's permission and did not find any signs of forced entry, and Anna was not there.
Did you ever?
This is something that is infuriating here. There's a lot of circumstances surrounding this case which would make it extremely easy for the investigative cops to get search warrants. They chose not to. That is what's infuriating here. So this is not a stream that I'm not trying to claim Mr. Walsh is innocent. He is considered innocent in the eyes of the law until and unless he is proven guilty in the court of law by a jury. I mean, that's the standard. But I'm not here to argue, Brian Walsh didn't do it. No, I'm here to show you guys that the state, Massachusetts, Massachusetts is about to fuck up again and again and again and again because of pure incompetence.
Have the opportunity on January 4th, that Wednesday, to return back to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes, I did.
About what time did you return?
I think it was shortly after 6:30 p.m.
And who returned with you to the residence?
Then Detective Harrison Schmidt.
And who was at the house when you arrived at the residence?
Mr. Walsh and his 3 children.
And do you now know the ages of those 3 children on January 4th?
At that point, they were ages 2, 4, and 6, respectively.
And besides the children and Mr. Walsh, was anyone else home at that point in time at the family residence?
No, there was not.
Were there any pets at the residence at this point in time?
There was a large German Shepherd locked in a cage.
And when you got to the residence, what is it that you and then Detective Schmidt did with Mr. Walsh?
We sat down and did a recorded interview.
So where did this interview occur in the Walsh home?
It was at a dining room table downstairs.
Were you still in uniform at this point in time?
Yes, sir, I was.
And when you were recording the interview, what access did Mr. Walsh have to his children during the point in time?
They were running around the floor freely.
And, sir, have you had the opportunity to review the audio of that interview?
Yes, sir, I have.
And it fairly and accurately recorded the interview that you had that night?
Yes, sir, it does.
In addition, you also had the opportunity to review the transcript of that interview, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Is it an accurate transcript of that interview?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, those are exhibits 2 and 3 in the binder.
Any objection to those?
How long did the interview last?
I think it was a little under 1 hour.
During that interview, did Mr. Walsh say when his wife Anna had flown home to Cohasset? I'll end it there.
Yes. Friday morning, December 30th.
And what did he do as far as showing you her travel arrangements?
He opened up the JetBlue app and showed us her flight information.
And when you say he opened up the JetBlue app, what device was he showing you this from?
An iPhone.
And in his hands, correct?
Yes.
All right. And when he showed you the iPhone, did he say anything else as far as your access to the iPhone?
He turned to Detective Schmidt and said something along the lines of, "It's all there. You can look."
And when was
And of course, they never recorded it.
it that she was initially supposed to, she being Anna Walsh, initially supposed to fly back to Washington, D.C.?
Tuesday.
What did he provide you as far as information as what Anna Walsh did on December 31st, 2022?
He said that Anna ran some errands and took the children to a play area in Canton.
And what did he say was what he and Anna Walsh did that evening, New Year's Eve, on December 22nd and December 31st, 2022?
They had one of their friends over for dinner.
What was the friend's name?
First name was Jim.
Okay. What time did they say that this person came over to their house?
Approximately 8:30 p.m.
Did anyone else come over for dinner that night?
No.
And where were the children that night?
They were in bed when Jim arrived.
What time did he say that the family friend left?
Right around 1 a.m.
And what time did he say that he and his wife went to bed that evening?
1:30 a.m.
What did Mr. Walsh tell you that Anna had informed him about her having to leave the next day?
A work emergency came up and she had to leave first thing in the morning.
And what did he say to you as far as how she would get to the airport that morning?
Be an Uber or a Lyft.
And what time did he say that she left?
Between the hours of 6 a.m. and 7 a.m.
Did he provide any information as far as the clothing she was wearing?
She was wearing a black coat, gray and blue hunter boots, and a black Prada purse.
During this interview, did Mr. Walsh provide you any information about Anna Walsh's stress level at this point in time in their lives?
Yes, there was a lot of stress in their lives from her commuting back and forth to work.
Was there anything else that she was stressed about, according to Mr. Walsh?
No.
During the interview, did any of the children produce anything?
One of the children, I do not recall which one, asked Mr. Walsh to unlock an iPad for him.
Was he able to do it?
Yes, he was.
And what happened when he unlocked? Did he say anything when he unlocked the iPad?
He typed in a code and said the code out loud.
Do you remember the code?
121212.
And did the children provide any belongings of Anna Walsh during the interview?
They found a sunglass case with sunglasses inside it that Brian said belonged to her.
Now, after this interview, what did you do as far as looking around the house?
With Mr. Walsh's permission, myself, Mr. Walsh, and Detective Schmidt looked around the house just for any potential clues that could help us find Anna.
And when you were inside the house, did you see anything unordinary that was a potential clue for you?
I did not.
What access did you do? What access did you have to the attic?
We did not check the attic.
And that night, did you search the outside of the house?
Yes, sir.
And what did you notice as far as the pool?
It was uncovered, which was strange for this time of year.
And what about the water level?
The water level was high. It was filled.
And did you do anything to look into the water of the pool?
At that time, we shined our flashlights in, but we could not see much. So later on that night, we did request the fire department to respond.
What did you see the fire department do?
They had high-powered spotlights that they shined in, and also they used a large pole to scrape the bottom of the pool.
And was anything recovered when that was done?
No, sir.
Now, that night, did you have the opportunity to see any vehicles that belonged to the Walsh family at the residence?
Yes, sir. There was a Volvo SUV in the driveway.
And did you have the opportunity to look inside the Volvo SUV?
Volvo,
I did look from the outside, yes.
And what, if anything, did you notice about the Volvo SUV?
I only saw one thing. It was in the trunk. It was a folded-up plastic sheet.
That night, did you go into the basement at all?
Yes, I did.
And what did you notice about the basement?
It was fairly clean. Just a refrigerator, a couple boxes of miscellaneous items, and a few full trash bags.
And Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Nothing further.
All right. The person who questioned him there is the prosecutor. I don't know his name. I don't care. So what they are trying to do here is to establish something of the sort of, yes, we didn't have a warrant, but look at all the other interesting things we looked at, trying to get this loophole in. We would have found it anyway, so we really didn't need a warrant. Sorry.
Sam.
Morning.
Morning.
you have any conversations with a district attorney named Lynn Beelan regarding this case?
I did not.
You have any conversations with a trooper named Buchanan regarding this case?
I did not.
Did you have any conversations with anyone regarding this case and any agreement purportedly made by Mr. Walsh to turn over his cell phone?
I did not.
When you talked on direct examination about Mr. Walsh showing you his phone, he was showing you what? Text messages?
He was showing us text messages and also pictures and flight information.
So the pictures were of what? Anna Walsh and Jim, the friend?
I did not look at him. Detective Schmidt looked at him at that time.
Okay. And he did not show you anything other than those three items?
Not me personally.
And he didn't invite you to look at his phone for anything like location data or anything of the sort?
Not me personally.
And when you say you personally, what do you mean by that? Not me personally.
He did not have me look at anything. I do not know if he gave Detective Schmidt any.
You don't. You were present, though, later on in the evening with Detective Schmidt, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've reviewed that transcript, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's fair to say that nowhere in that transcript that was conducted of the interview on January 4th in the evening hours, is there any reference to Mr. Walsh saying, you can look at my phone to look at search data, location data, anything of the sort, is there?
Not that I recall.
Okay.
Ta fucking da. Isn't that strange that whenever something happens or Mr. Walsh says something that they claim, oh, he gave us approval, no recording. Isn't that strange? But once they actually go and interview him, they don't even ask about it. Not, do you remember when we visited you earlier today? Yeah. Remember what you told us? Yeah. I mean, nothing of the sort. Absolutely nothing. Which leads me to believe never happened.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
So that was Trooper Lawrence, who claims he never talked to
You solemnly
Trooper
swear or affirm that testimony shall
Bukaki.
provide in the matter now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Now, who is
Please have a
this
seat. The
one?
witness stand. Just keep your voice up nice and loud. Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and please spell us your last name?
Harrison Schmidt, SCHMIDT,
And where do you work, sir?
Cohasset Police Department,
And how long have you worked there?
13 years,
What is your current rank there?
Sergeant.
When did you become a sergeant?
Early January 2023,
What was your rank as of January 4th, 2023?
Detective.
With the Cohasset Police Department, how many officers are on that PD?
About 22.
And how many detectives are there?
One detective and one detective supervisor.
As a detective, what were your responsibilities?
General investigations.
And in addition to being a detective at Cohasset Police Department, were you affiliated with any other law enforcement agencies?
I'm a member of the Metrolec SWAT team.
And can you describe for us what Metrolec is, sir?
It's a consortium of departments that share resources and personnel to form specialized teams.
And within the SWAT team, do they have any function as far as searches?
They do. They have a search and rescue team.
And what involvement do you have with that?
If they need searchers, they will pull from the SWAT team.
And, sir, how many fatal investigations have you worked?
Dozens.
And how many missing person cases have you worked?
Just over a dozen, probably.
And have you been able to locate all of those people?
No.
How many of those people have been deceased when you've done an investigation?
Several.
And what were some of the reasons for why they were deceased?
Medical issues, suicide, exposure to the elements.
Now, are you familiar with the investigation to the disappearance of Anna Walsh?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with that investigation?
I was called in to assist patrol in a missing persons investigation.
When was that?
The 4th of January.
About what time?
3 or 3:30.
And when you say you were called in, where did you go as a result of being called in?
I went to Cohasset Police Headquarters.
And when you got to the Cohasset Police Headquarters, what did you do as far as trying to set up an interview with Mr. Walsh?
I tried to coordinate an interview for that night.
And were you able to?
Yes.
What time did you set up the interview for?
6 or 6:30 p.m.
And why was it 3 hours after you got to the station?
He had to get dinner for his children.
Now, that afternoon, sir, did you do anything to try and locate Miss Walsh?
Yes.
What were you trying to do?
I reviewed the reports I coordinated with the patrol officers that initially responded. I performed queries through law enforcement databases, and then I went to the residence.
Now, I have a couple questions, just a few questions about that January 4th interview. At the January 4th interview with Mr. Walsh, what interaction did you have with him as far as him showing you his cell phone?
He gave me a cell phone to look at.
And what did he say?
He said there was about a year of text messages with Anna Walsh that I could look at, and about 1,000 photographs.
And did you look at the phone that night?
I did.
For about how long?
3 to 5 minutes.
And that night, did you have the opportunity to make any observations of any of the cars at the family home?
Yes.
What car did you look at?
There's a Volvo XC90.
And did you get any permission to look at that car?
Yes.
And who'd you get the permission from?
Mr. Walsh.
And what did you notice about the Volvo?
In the trunk, the trunk was lined with like plastic sheeting.
And so were you able to open it at this point in time?
Yes.
Okay. Now, sir, fast forwarding to January 5th, which was a Thursday, what did you do to try and locate Miss Walsh that day?
I did a lot that day.
Let me just go back for a second.
I apologize.
There was I'll do this from time to time. There was a plastic sheet, you said lining the rear area?
Yes.
Is that a trunk or is it more like an open area in the rear of an SUV?
The trunk area is a SUV with a hatch. So the trunk area, not the seating area.
Okay, thanks.
So
Go ahead.
not like a sedan though, which would have a separate distinct trunk. It has access to the seats.
Correct. If the seats would fold down, you could go from the trunk into the back row.
Okay.
So I'll call it a traditional SUV configuration?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
So I was asking you about January 5th and what you did to try and locate Miss Walsh on the 5th. Could you explain to us some of the things you did that morning?
I created and disseminated a missing persons bulletin. I began coordinating with friends and family. I checked for international travel and put a flag on her passport if she attempted to do international travel. I coordinated with taxi companies and rideshare and her employer.
Now, was anything done as far as canine searches of the area around the Walsh home?
Yes.
Can you describe for me what was done?
The Cohasset Police canine and handler searched the property.
And the Walsh property, can you describe how it's situated in relation to the roadway?
It's on Route 3A. It's a long driveway set back behind a used auto dealership. It's surrounded by woods. Maybe a quarter mile into the backyard is another neighborhood.
And so it's woods between those two neighborhoods.
Yes.
Was anything recovered during the canine search?
No.
Now, did you have the opportunity, or did the Cohasset PD have the opportunity to enlist any other law enforcement agencies on the 5th?
Yes.
What was done?
I reported to my supervisor, who requested additional resources from the State Police CPAC unit for Norfolk County.
And when, if any, if ever, did any resources from the State Police Detectives Unit arrive at Cohasset PD?
About 5 p.m. that Thursday.
And who arrived from the State Police Detective Unit?
Trooper DeChico and Sergeant Buchanan.
And once they arrived, what did you do with these two troopers?
I informed them of what was been done so far in the investigation, and we listened to the audio recording from the first interview.
After having this opportunity to review all this information with these officers, what, if anything, what was done at this point in time in the investigation?
We went to the residence.
Who went to the residence?
Myself, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, Sergeant Hunt, Trooper DeChico, and Sergeant Buchanan.
And about what time did you go to the residence?
8 p.m.
Did you do anything as far as contacting Mr. Walsh before you arrived at the residence?
I don't recall.
When you arrived at the residence, who was there?
Mr. Walsh was, his 3 children, and his mother.
Was anyone leaving the residence at this hour?
The nanny, Robin Howe, was leaving.
When you got to the residence, did you have the opportunity to conduct any further interviews?
Yes.
Who did you have the interview with?
Mr. Walsh.
Where did the interview take place?
In the dining room and kitchen area.
And can you describe the kitchen dining room area?
Open concept. If you walk into that portion of the house, dining room's on the left, kitchen's on the right. There's a large dining room table. There's window bench seating on one side and chairs on the other sides.
Where'd you sit?
I believe the window bench seat.
And did anyone else from law enforcement participate with the interview with you and Mr. Walsh?
Yes, Trooper DeChico.
And where was Sergeant Hunt?
Excuse me, Sergeant Hunt was also present.
And I take it you're all at the dining room table?
Yes.
So you had mentioned that Detective Lieutenant Lopes and Sergeant Buchanan also arrived there that night?
Correct.
Where did they go?
They went on the other side of the staircase is a TV living room area, and they spoke with Mr. Walsh's mother.
Could you hear them talking to Mr. Walsh's mother?
Yes.
And during that interview, did the defendant have any access to his children?
Yes, they were coming in and out of the interview.
Did the children give you anything that night?
They gave me a piece of art.
Now, have you had the opportunity to review the transcript from that interview?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to listen to the audio of that interview?
Yes.
Does the audio fairly and accurately record that interview?
It does. However, there is background noise.
In regards to the transcript, is there anything missing as far as the how compared to the audio?
Yes. The background noise isn't included in the transcript.
Is not or is?
Excuse me, is not, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
How long did that interview go on for?
About an hour.
Did Mr. Walsh ask to take any breaks during that interview?
No.
What was his demeanor like during that interview?
He was calm and cooperative.
During that interview, what did he say that his normal contact would be with his wife, Anna Walsh, while she was working in Washington?
A daily contact.
During the interview, did you have the opportunity to ask him whether or not Anna was contemplating suicide?
Yes.
And what was his response to that?
She wouldn't do that.
What, if anything, did he say she was unhappy about?
Stress from work and distance.
And was he asked about extramarital affairs on either side?
Yes.
What did he say?
Neither of them had extramarital affairs.
Did you ask, or was he asked on whether or not, if they had had an argument the morning she left January 1?
Yes.
What was his response?
There wouldn't have been enough time that morning.
What do you say the biggest argument they had had recently was?
She had a 2-week vacation scheduled, and instead of coming home, she was in Belgrade visiting her mother.
Now, did he say what was causing stress in their relationship at this point in time?
Yes.
What was causing stress?
The distance, being away from the children.
And in addition to the distance, were there any other stressors in the relationship?
Prior legal issues.
So he told you that he had another criminal matter going on?
Yes.
What did he tell you as far as his last contact with his wife, Anna Walsh, was?
He was in bed sleeping. This would be the morning of the 1st. She gave him a kiss goodbye, went downstairs to get dressed and leave for work.
And did he tell you what his oldest child told him was his last contact with Anna Walsh?
Yes.
What did he say his oldest child told him?
He said the oldest child was on the couch with an iPad, and Anna Walsh had come down, say goodbye to him, and then left in a vehicle. However, that car did not come up the driveway to the house.
Now,
just for context here, this prior legal matter is that he pled guilty to forging, what do you call it, Andy Warhol works. So, not violent crimes, not domestic violence. I can't find anything that says there were domestic violence in this case, but if you know about it, please share it. But I can't find it. So, I mean, just by that, does he have a criminal past? Yes, but nothing violent. So more or less, he goes from 0 to what the state claims: dismembering, murder, dismembering, hiding. That's quite a leap, folks. That's quite a leap.
during the interview, who asked to look through the defendant's phone?
Trooper DeChico.
What did he say?
has to look through-
Oh, DeChico. We know about him. He was involved in the Karen Reed case too. Also regarding phones. Isn't that strange? Isn't that strange? It's almost as it becomes a pattern.
The contents and download the phone.
Now, when he asked to look through the phone, what was the defendant's response?
He said, "Let me get this straight. You want to download all the contents to my phone?"
And what did Trooper DeChico say in response to that?
Yes, all of the contents.
And what concerns did the defendant have after Trooper DeChico said that?
His prior legal issues.
And did he say who he wanted to talk to about this?
His attorney.
And did he say how long it would take for him to get in touch with his attorney and get back to law enforcement about going through his phone?
Yes, he'd know likely the next day.
And what did he say his desire was as far as having his phone downloaded?
He said, "This is my intention and declaration."
And to be clear, that was also including his desire to speak to his attorney and get permission first, to have a conversation with her, right?
Yes.
Did Trooper DeChico say why he wanted to look through the defendant's phone?
Yes, he wanted to we wanted to establish a permanent timeline and get a tone of Anna.
During the interview, was there any conversation about conducting a forensic interview of the children?
Yes.
What was discussed?
We explained what it was, and we had scheduled one for the following day at 10 a.m.
After the interview, what was done as far as searching the home?
We got consent from Mr. Walsh to search the home.
And when you got consent, what areas of the home did you check?
What kind of consent was it? Sergeant Schmidt? What was the written consent or verbal consent? And yeah, we might get into this later.
The entire home.
And what access did you have to the attic?
We checked the attic.
Did you find anything in the attic?
Nothing of remark.
And what, if anything, did you notice between the attic and the bedroom of Mr. Walsh?
There was a hole in the drywall in the ceiling.
Now, besides looking inside the home, did you have access to the pool?
Yes.
And what was done as far as looking at the pool that night?
We used flashlights to look into the pool again.
And you say again, did you have the opportunity to look at it the night before?
Yes.
Was anything ever recovered from the pool?
No.
And now, that night, did you have the opportunity to look into any of the vehicles again?
Yes.
Which vehicle?
The Volvo XC90.
And the Volvo XC90, who gave you permission to look into it?
Mr. Walsh.
And what was noticed as far as anything inside what did you notice about the Volvo that night on the 5th?
Inside was a receipt from Lowe's, dated the 4th, and there was a cell phone.
Did Mr. Walsh tell you who the phone belonged to?
His oldest son.
After having the opportunity, well, in addition to looking at the house, looking outside the house, did you go to anywhere else as far as at that address to look around for Miss Walsh?
We checked the trash barrels that line the driveway.
Did you find anything in the trash barrels?
No.
After doing all that, where'd you go?
Back to Cohasset Police Headquarters.
What did you do back at Cohasset Police Headquarters?
We attempted to contact financial institutions that might have recent activity.
And about what time do you think you got back to Cohasset PD?
Approximately 10:30 p.m. maybe.
So now on January 6th, Friday, what happened to the forensic interview of the children?
It was canceled.
And what was done by state police to bring in more resources?
A large-scale search was started. We brought in command posts, the State Police Search and Rescue Team, the Metro Search and Rescue Team, and area detectives on mutual aid.
Now, did anyone conduct a press conference on January 6th from your department?
Yes.
Who?
Chief Quigley.
And how do you characterize this case at the press conference?
A missing persons investigation.
On January 6th, did you have the opportunity to speak to anyone who saw Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh on December 31st?
Yes.
Who did you speak to?
Jem Mutlu.
What's the last name?
Mutlu, Your Honor.
Can you spell it?
Mutlu.
And where did this conversation occur?
Cohasset Police Headquarters.
And who was with you for this conversation?
Trooper Chico.
During this conversation, what did he tell you as far as his relationship to Anna Walsh?
Previous coworker and friend.
And what time did he get to does he believe he got to the Walsh home that night on New Year's Eve?
I don't recall what time he got there.
Did he say what interaction he had with the children that night?
Yes.
What interaction did you have with the children that night?
The oldest child had come down the stairs, and he took a photo with the oldest child and Anna Walsh.
And did he say whose phone they took it with? If you remember.
I don't recall.
And after the oldest child came downstairs, was there any further interaction with the children?
No.
What time did he say he left?
After 1 a.m., between 1 and 1:30.
What did he say the demeanor was of everyone there?
Good.
Now, who on January 6th was working on speaking with Mr. Walsh's attorney about getting access to his cell phone?
Sergeant Buchanan.
And do you know if any digital devices
How
were
about
obtained
that?
from Mr. Walsh?
Yes.
What day?
Sergeant Buchanan has, yeah, now we have his name. We know he testifies later in this hearing.
Friday.
The 6th?
Friday the 6th.
And were you there when they were obtained?
No.
Now, do you know when those devices were returned?
Saturday.
The 7th.
Correct.
Now, did you have the opportunity to speak with the defendant again on January 7th?
I did.
Approximately what time?
2 p.m.
And where did this conversation take place?
His residence again.
And who was at the residence when you had this conversation with him?
His attorney.
And do you know her name?
Attorney Tracy Minor.
In addition to yourself, the defendant, and Attorney Minor, was anyone else there for the interview?
Yes.
And who else was there?
Trooper DeChico and Trooper Proctor.
Now, did you
Trooper DeCino and Trooper Proctor. Now do you understand why I wanted to look into this case? Disgraced and fired and probably planting evidence, Trooper Proctor. We have Trooper Buchanan, who protects Trooper Proctor and thinks, oh, Trooper Proctor did nothing wrong. Because, in my opinion, Trooper Buchanan is equally, if not worse. And these folks is pure laziness and incompetence from Mass State Police. They could have had warrants, solid warrants at more or less any point in time, but they are morons, medically, in my opinion, medical morons, and lazy and incompetent. So they say, who needs a warrant? We'll just make something up later. And this is, I believe, it's what's happening in this hearing.
have the opportunity to hear the recording of that interview?
Yes.
And does it fairly and accurately depict the interview as it occurred that day on January 7th?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to review the transcript?
Yes.
And does the transcript fairly reflect the audio recording?
It does.
Is there anything missing?
There's certain discernible parts, and at one point in time, a dog's barking in the background that's not in the transcript.
And, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would be seeking to mark those as exhibits, which is already in the binder, but for the record, those are chapters 7 and 8, Your Honor. 7 would be the audio file, 8 would be the transcript, and there's a drive in the binder that has all 4 audio files, Your Honor.
Is that this?
Yes, Your Honor.
You said that was just exhibits, or is marked as tab 7 and 8. And so what's on here is 7, 8, and the previously identified, what was it, 1, 2?
So the audio, the drive would have exhibit 2, for the January 4th interview, exhibit 5.
Hi, Lawkong. This is the case of Brian Walsh. He is accused of ending, dismembering, and getting rid of his wife. They still haven't found the body. Recognize that from somewhere, Lawkong? No body, no blood, just something weird on the phone. And in this case, they didn't have a warrant to search through Mr. Walsh's phone. Now, on the phone is some really disturbing shit. Really, really disturbing. But, folks, it doesn't matter. Because if they just put it in an affidavit, bring it to the judge, they would have gotten a warrant. It's really easy to get a warrant. And so, yeah. So that's the big difference between this case and Zachariah Anderson's case. Because in Zachariah Anderson's case, there is literally zero evidence. Here in this case, there is evidence, but the cops got it probably illegally.
Which would be the January 5th interview, and at this point in time, exhibit 7, the January 7th interview.
Okay. And I listened to the interviews that were on the drive that you gave. Are those the same that I listened to?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, yeah. This judge, thank you for reminding me, View Galaxy. The judge in this case prosecuted public corruption before she became a judge. How about that?
Any objection to 7 and 8?
No, Your Honor.
All right, great, thanks.
Hi,
Sergeant,
Caroline.
I'd like to ask you questions about this interview now. Are you familiar with what Viber is?
Yes.
What is Viber?
Communication app,
And what is WhatsApp?
also a communications app.
What did the defendant say that Ms. Walsh had as far as access to Viber and WhatsApp?
She would use those apps.
And are you familiar with Instagram?
Yes.
And what is Instagram?
Social media platform.
And what access did the defendant say that Ms. Walsh had to Instagram?
She would use them.
I imagine Facebook is something similar to Instagram.
Yes.
And what access did he say she had to Facebook?
She would use Facebook.
What access did the defendant have to Ms. Walsh's passwords when you were talking to him?
They shared some financial passwords.
And what access did she have to, well, first off, what is Venmo?
Venmo's an app that you can transfer money to and from.
And what
I don't have Venmo because I'm not in the United States. I do have PayPal and Buy Me a Coffee. If you don't want to support the channel via super chats and gifted memberships and stuff, you have that option.
access did she say that she had to Venmo?
She has Venmo.
But as for now,
Now,
I'm happy if you
In
subscribe
addition
and
to
like
these
this stream.
applications, what did he tell you as far as she had as far as financial institutions she would use?
They would use Apple Credit Union, Liberty Bay, Fidelity, Chase, and a JetBlue credit card.
And how would she conduct her finances?
Online banking.
During the interview, at any point in time, did attorney minor interrupt the defendant?
Yes.
And what did she say when she interrupted him?
Don't talk about our communications.
Now, did the defendant tell you how he would obtain permission to leave the home when dealing with federal authorities?
Through email.
And what would he do as far as contacting them via email? What would he ask?
There was a scheduled time, and requests need to be made 72 hours out. And if there's an emergency request would have to be through email.
And did he say anything as far as your ability to review those emails?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said we could review those emails.
And what did Attorney Minor say at this point in time?
We could review those emails.
Now, what did the defendant tell you as far as his whereabouts on January 1st, 2023?
He was home.
And did he leave the home at any time?
Yes.
Where did he go?
He went to Shaw's to get orange juice and milk.
And once he went to Shaw's and got those items, where did he go?
He returned home.
Did he leave the home again on January 1st?
Yes.
Where did he say he went?
To visit his mother at 330 Paradise Road in Swampscott.
Did he say what happened on his way to Swampscott?
He got lost.
Did, in addition to going to visit his mother, did he go to anywhere else in that area?
Yes, he went to Whole Foods and CVS.
Did he, and besides those stores, did he tell you any other locations he went to on the 1st?
There was discussion of possibly going to a Walgreens.
Now, what did he tell you as far as where he went on January 2nd?
To Norwell to get ice cream with his son.
And during this interview, did anyone ask him about the name Richard Walker?
Yes.
Who asked about Richard Walker?
Trooper DeChico.
And did he know Richard Walker?
No.
What was the significance to you at this point in time of the name Richard Walker?
I had received an email with a ransom request from an email address with the name Richard Walker.
And when had you received this email in relation to the interview that you were conducting with the defendant at this point in time on January 7th?
Before.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So this is the infamous
So I'm just
ransom
showing
note
you
they
copies
believe
of the document
Mr. Walsh
you're
wrote himself.
Yes,
Is that the email you received from the Richard with the name Richard Walker attached to it?
it is.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit. It's in the binder, Your Honor, and before I try and admit it twice, it's
Ah, Skillet Pan is here for the rescue. He found a 2014 incident report. Is domestic abuse claims. He said he wanted to kill her, apparently. Okay, so there is 9 years prior to this one event. Okay. Thank you.
Exhibit 9.
Thank you. Any objection?
No objection. Did you read the body of the email?
We have the so named Anna Walsh with us here. We had a deal worth $127,000. She messed up. We have her here with us, and if she doesn't pay the money, then she'll never be back. And we know that the police and the FBI are involved. Good luck finding us.
I'm going to hand that back to him. Besides Trooper DeChico mentioning that name once, was there any further discussion of Richard Walker or the substance or even the substance of the email?
No.
Now, what did the defendant tell you as far as Mrs. Walsh's use of Uber or Lyft?
That she would use them Uber 1 and Lyft 2.
As her preferences?
Yes.
While you were conducting the interview, did anyone arrive?
Yes.
Who arrived?
Abdullah.
And what happened once that gentleman arrived?
Attorney Minor advised Mr. Walsh to get him to leave.
And what did Mr. Walsh do?
He went to the door and got him to leave.
And was the defendant ever asked how Anna Walsh would communicate if she lost her cell phone?
Yes.
What did he say?
He didn't know at first.
And then did anyone ask him about using an iPad?
Yes.
And what did he say if Anna had lost her phone, how she would communicate using an iPad?
He said that's right. She would use an iPad.
Now, what did the defendant tell you as far as how Anna would communicate with JetBlue?
He related they wouldn't have good luck calling, so she would use the chat function on the online website.
And did Attorney Minor have any comments at this point in time about contacting JetBlue via the online chat function?
Yes, she said that she uses JetBlue and uses the online website chat feature.
And did the defendant have any questions for you at this point in time accessing this information?
Yes, he asked if we had reviewed the JetBlue chatter.
Now, was there ever a discussion of Anna Walsh making a brunch reservation for January 1st?
Yes.
And the defendant didn't have any knowledge of a brunch reservation at this point in time, correct?
Yes.
But did he say how she would have made that reservation if she was going to?
Through the apps Resi or OpenTable.
Now, how long was this interview?
About 2 hours.
And after that interview was over, what did you do?
We checked the area for security footage to try and corroborate any vehicles coming or going.
And so how do you do that?
Neighborhood canvas.
Now, were you ever informed about the contents of any of the digital devices on January 7th, that's Saturday?
Yes.
About what time were you informed?
6:30 p.m.
And how were you informed?
Phone call.
From who?
One of the CPAC troopers.
Do you remember which one at this point in time?
No.
And what were you notified of?
There was suspicious browser history.
Now,
and that person, I believe, is a name you also recognize. I believe it's Trooper Guarino, also known from both the Karen Reed case and the Sandra Birchmore case. You know, the woman they tried to frame for murder, and the woman who was groomed by a cop from age 13. See a pattern here? Now, it might be that they are actually doing a stellar job here. They just forgot about warrants, which by definition tells me they did not do a stellar job. They were incompetent, lazy bastards. I mean, every cop here seems to be very, very suspicious about there's something wrong about Brian Walsh. Why not just do normal cop work? Write down your suspicions, what you actually have on an affidavit. Find a judge who rubber stamps search warrants and get the fucking search warrant. But no, these morons thought, nah, we don't need no stinking warrant.
this is January 7th. And now I want to ask you some questions about January 8th. Okay. On the morning of January 8th, did you have the opportunity to be present when a search warrant was executed in Cohasset?
Yes.
Where was it executed?
The residence.
516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
Correct.
And who was executing the search warrant?
The CPAC unit with conjunction with the Cohasset Police.
And who was home at the residence when the search warrant was executed?
Mr. Walsh, the 3 children, and his mother.
Now, when the warrant was executed, did anyone arrive to assist Mr. Walsh after the warrant was first served?
Attorney Minor.
About how long did it take for her to arrive?
15 minutes.
And once Attorney Minor arrived, what was done with the family of Mr. Walsh?
We moved car seats around so they could leave the premises with Attorney Minor.
And did you ever have the opportunity to participate in a 4th interview of the defendant on that day, Sunday, January 8th?
Yes.
And where did that occur?
Attorney Minor's residence in Situate.
And about what time did that occur?
About 11 a.m.
And who was present for that interview?
Myself, Trooper Chico, Trooper Proctor, Attorney Minor, and Mr. Walsh.
And
Trooper Proctor.
during the interview, what was discussed?
Yeah, Trooper Proctor is about to fuck up a very large amount of investigations because now we know he's an incompetent fool. Now we know what kind of person he is. He's so vile that not even the cop union could save him. Now, the cop union in Boston are trying to get him his job back. Folks, I'm a union guy. For a union, there's a few things you have to have. You have to have the collective agreement, you have to have the members, and you have to have the confidence of the public, the credibility. When unions protect bad apples over the credibility of the union, over the collective agreement, you can only, then how can you trust them when they say, oh, that's not a bad cop, that's not a bad cop, when they are actively trying to get a corrupt motherfucker back on the force? Like Trooper Proctor. How can you, the trust we have as union guys is, once it's gone, it's gone. So I don't understand. Dear cop union in Massachusetts, representing all Massachusetts state police and all the things, you don't have to protect the bad apples. You really don't. And when you do, people assume it's because you are a bad apple too. And that's not good.
The browser search history.
And what did the defendant say he would do with the iPad as far as helping the children?
He would put on spooky movies for him.
And did he say he did anything else with the iPad?
No.
How long did this interview go on for?
Just over 10 minutes.
Who stopped the interview?
Attorney Minor.
And once the interview was terminated by Attorney Minor, what did you do?
I shut off the recorder and we left.
And did you ever have the opportunity to see Mr. Walsh again that day?
Yes.
About what time?
4 p.m.
And where did you see him?
Attorney Minor's residence.
And what were you doing at Attorney Minor's residence at 4 p.m. on January 8th, Sunday?
I placed him in custody.
And where was he taken to once he was placed into custody?
Cohasset Police Headquarters.
He was booked there?
He was.
Ma'am, moment you're on?
You may.
I'm going to go over a couple of things that I may have missed. On January 4th, which was Wednesday, the first day you met Mr. Walsh, what did he say to you about looking at anything on his phone?
We could look at anything if it would help.
And on the 5th, and actually, I'll ask this in the 4th. Did he ever tell you what access Anna had of his phone on January 4th?
On the 4th, he said that Anna would use his device, or excuse me, would use his phone, and that she would send photos from his phone to herself if she liked them.
And on the 5th, what did he say as far as on his access to his phone? When now you're with the Trooper Chico on the 2nd day.
Is there a transcript portion that would refresh my memory?
You're saying your memory's exhausted at this point in time?
It is.
All right. I think that we can, I'll come back to it and find that portion of the transcript. I'm going to ask you a couple other questions in the meantime. On the 5th, how did you get the Volvo open?
He provided the keys to us.
And what was the difference in the Volvo from the 4th to the 5th?
The plastic sheeting in the trunk was not there.
When you arranged the interview for when you arrange interviews with the defendant, how would you do it? Would you call him? Would you just show up? What was your process?
Both occurred.
And who was the person that canceled the forensic interview of the children on January 6th?
Mr. Walsh.
Are you aware of what time Mr. Walsh's devices were returned to him on January 7th?
Would have been around the time of the interview.
Before it began?
Before it began.
And did he describe for you on that Saturday, January 7th interview of what happened as far as getting lost that day going to his mother's residence?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
He said he did not have his cell phone with him, so he took the wrong route.
And what did he say as far as the location of his cell phone from January 1 into January 2?
His children had moved it. He didn't know where it was.
And, sir, concerning the 4th interview that you had with the defendant on January 8th, was that recorded?
Yes.
And did you have the opportunity to review that recording?
Yes.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of that interview?
It is.
And was there a transcript created of that interview?
Yes.
And does it fairly reflect that audio recording?
It does.
And, Your Honor, so I would be moving to enter in as the exhibits 11 and 12 in the binder as the audio file and the transcript for the January 8th interview.
Any objection to that? Okay, then.
And one moment, Your Honor.
Certainly.
As far as the location of where people were seated on the January 4th and the January 5th interview, so we're talking about those first two, was there any difference as far as how, like, where people were?
I was seated in a chair for the first one. I think I was on the bench. I was on the bench for the second one.
But everyone was around the dining room table?
Correct.
And everyone was seated?
Yes.
And one more moment, Your Honor. Oh, and apparently I've neglected to enter in one of the transcripts, Your Honor. I apologize. And the audio. So exhibit 5 and 6, according to the binder.
So I did this now because YouTube allows me to gift 10 free memberships each month. I can gift 5 at a time. And this is what I did right now. Since there's a bunch of you in the chat and viewers, and you should be rewarded for that. And the memberships were gifted to Caroline, Fire and Ice, Julie, Book Hermit, and M169. Congratulations! You now have access to all my members only stuff. You have access to your own emojis, and I will post the link to my Discord on my membership thing on the YouTube, whatever it's called. Yeah. So, dun dun dun. There you go. Oh, this Susan. Thank you for covering this case. No, thank you for being here. Thank you for being here.
So I'm going to just ask the officer this for the record. Have you had the opportunity to review the audio from the January 5th, 2023 interview?
Yes.
And does it fairly and accurately reflect that interview?
It does.
And that transcript, have you seen that of that interview?
Yes.
And does it accurately reflect the audio of that interview?
It does.
And as far as any problem, is there anything missing in the transcript compared to the audio?
For the 5th,
Yes, sir.
there was background noise. You could hear you could hear Mr. Walsh's mother speaking in the background, and Sergeant Buchanan.
Only 43 likes on the stream? Seriously? What's going on here? Let's see here. I actually see 97. Refresh the stream and you can see it. But there's 124 watching, which means that about 25, 30 of you haven't done your job. Put the thumbs up, folks. Put the thumbs up. You know the drill. You know the drill.
Just want to make sure we don't have a glitch here.
Yes, I appreciate that, Your Honor. I think I've
Numbering.
fouled things up.
So I see in the binder that the has now been marked. Exhibit 4 is the transcript of the interview. What's marked as Exhibit 4 in this binder is the transcript of the interview of 1/7/23, and what's marked as Exhibit 5 is the transcript.
And I think that the reason for that, Your Honor, is that the audio files.
Something's not right here.
Yes, I think the audio files take us out of order.
Well, I just want to make sure, I mean, we were talking about Exhibit 5 and 6, and I happen to have the binder open, and so
Yes.
6 is now the email from Mr. Walker,
Yes.
or Richard Walker. So I just want to make sure that I have the numbers appropriately, both in terms of what you're putting into evidence. We
And I
can
think
clean up
that-
the binder later, that's fine.
Yes. And I think I know what happened, Your Honor. It's that I put them in an order that included the audio files, but the audio files aren't like a hard exhibit to label in the binder.
So
So it's skipping over numbers as a result of the audio files.
so
I can work with counsel and clean it up.
that'll be good.
And so with that, though, I do believe at this point in time, thanks to co-counsel, that I've marked the transcripts and the audio files of the 4 interviews.
Okay,
So I do believe that they're in evidence.
and there's no objection to any of those 4 interviews, the audio tape and the transcript.
There's none.
Thank you.
So I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
All right, cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Were you present on January 6th of 2023 when devices were retrieved from Mr. Walsh?
No.
Were you present on January 7th of 2023 when the devices were returned to Mr. Walsh?
Yes.
When you talked on direct examination about this plastic sheet that was in the rear of the Volvo SUV, you were just asked a question a moment ago about how when you looked at the Volvo a second time on another day, the plastic sheet was missing.
Correct.
It's fair to say, and it's accurate to say, isn't it, that at that moment, Mr. Walsh was asked about the missing plastic sheet, and he pointed to the officers and said, "It's in the trash."
Yes.
Did you go and retrieve the plastic sheet in the trash?
No.
You've described, based on your review of the taped interviews that you were present for, that the taped interviews are an accurate representation of what happened, and the transcript is an accurate representation of what was stated during those interviews, correct?
Yes.
And you've said repeatedly that there was background noise, correct?
Correct.
And the background noise included a dog barking, correct?
Yes.
And that dog's name is Luna?
Hans.
And it's the name of the
Dog's name is Hans?
Dog's name is Hans.
Okay.
The dog, when you listen to those tape recordings, you can hear that barking go on and off during different periods of time during the recording, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, when you listen to those recordings, you can hear other people talking in the background times. Yeah.
Yes.
And it's fair to say then that during these interviews that you testified to under direct examination, there were times when it was hard to even hear what was going on, correct?
Can you repeat that, please?
There were times during these interviews that you testified to on direct examination, and let's focus on the interview of January 5th and the interview of January 7th. There were times when it was even hard to hear everything that was going on.
Yes.
Folks, in a proper transcript, you can't just selectively choose what's going on Now, if there's a dog barking in the background, that has to be included as dog barking in background. If some things are hard to hear, that has to be written out. This portion was a bit harder to hear if you do it properly. But it seems like Massachusetts State Police are allergic to proper procedure.
It's also accurate, isn't it, that when you began asking Mr. Walsh questions on January 5th, there is a statement that is made that people are very loud, made in the context of all this background noise.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. Was that a question?
But you said you reviewed the transcript, right?
I do. I just don't understand the question.
That, in fact, in the transcript, there's a specific reference to people being very loud.
I don't recall.
Of course you don't.
And as I'm looking for that, I'll just keep asking you questions until I find it. Page 19. Mr. Walsh showed you that he was having a hard time sleeping, correct?
Yes.
He said he was having a hard time thinking, correct?
Yes.
He told you that, this is on January 5th, he told you, I didn't sleep well last night.
Yes.
He told you, hopefully he tried to get some sleep that night, January 5th.
I don't recall that portion.
All right. And at one point, and now your rank now is what?
Sergeant.
So start to call you Detective Sergeant Schmidt. At one point at the beginning of this interview, you in fact stated that you were getting distracted.
Which interview? I'm sorry.
January 5th. January 5th.
Yes.
And that distraction, once again, was the result of all this background noise and the dog barking and things like that.
Yes.
I want to jump to this email that was introduced into evidence regarding Richard Walker. When did you first come into possession of that email?
It was sent to me with the timestamp on the email. I believe it was early morning hours of the 7th.
Okay. You knew nothing about Richard Walker and this email before you received it?
Correct.
And once you received it, did you conduct some kind of investigation?
I notified my supervisors that I had received it.
When you refer, during this testimony regarding this motion, when you refer to supervisors, are you referring to Cohasset Police Department supervisors? Or are you referring to Mass State Police?
Cohasset Police Supervisor.
Okay, and who would that be?
Detective Lieutenant Lopes.
Lopes.
Yes.
So Detective Lieutenant Lopes was your supervisor?
Correct.
Okay. So did you talk to Mr. Walsh on January 5th and ask him questions then about this Richard Walker email? And I gather the answer is no, correct?
What was
On
the date?
January 5th.
What was the date?
January 5th.
Okay.
Not on the 5th.
And you first asked him questions on January 7th, correct?
Trooper Chico did.
Okay, were you present?
I was.
And did you ask to look at his phone to see if he had any text messages or anything from Richard Walker?
Not specific to Richard Walker.
Okay.
Why not?
And that was the end of that conversation, basically, on January 7th regarding Richard Walker.
Yes.
You testified on direct examination that during the January 5th interview, it's some...
Yeah, Mia, at least we know that if you want to do a crime and get away with it, you should move to Massachusetts. Yes, move to Massachusetts, befriend a cop, and then apparently you can get away with more or less anything.
point, Trooper Chico asked if he could look at the contents of Mr. Walsh's phone.
Yes.
When he made that request, he being Trooper DeChico, he didn't make any other request at that time to look at any iPad, correct?
Correct.
And he didn't make any type of request to look at anything like a MacBook or anything of that sort, correct?
Correct.
And when you testified on direct examination that Trooper DeChico said our words to the effect of we don't want to download the entire contents. You were talking about the entire contents of the cell phone?
Correct.
It was explained to Mr. Walsh, though, at that point, wasn't it, that what you were looking for, and when I say you, I'm talking about you and Trooper DeChico and people who were involved in this January 5th interview. You specifically told Mr. Walsh at that time that you wanted to look at information to try to understand honor.
Yes.
So you
And
lied.
you specifically said in that same sentence, and when I apologize, Trooper DeChico specifically said, look through your phone and consent to us downloading your phone and seeing some of the communications between you and her, correct?
Correct.
And her meaning Anna Walsh.
Yes.
And then you referred to on direct examination to the use of tone. Trooper DeChico said something about her tone, correct?
Yes.
Now, Sergeant Schmidt, fair to say, isn't it, that when Mr. Walsh is being told we want to look at the tone, I mean, what that references, isn't it, is to see if whatever communications you might find on the phone, if they were communications that showed some anger, or some happiness, or some argument, or something like that, correct?
Correct.
And so you wanted to see if the communications that you were talking to Mr. Walsh about at that moment, if they indicated something like any arguing going on between the two, or in fact the opposite. If the communications that they were talking to Mr. Walsh about were affectionate and showed no signs of arguing. That's fair to say, isn't it?
Yes.
And Trooper DeChico then went further and said, yeah, we want to look at things like if there are things that were sent and received on your phone, correct?
Yes.
Sent and received, and that is in the context of communications, isn't it?
Yes.
This is really good by the defense attorney here. He's getting this cop to admit that everything they claim Mr. Walsh verbally gave them consent to was only regarding actual communications between Mr. Walsh and Mrs. Walsh. Not Google searches, not downloading the entire phone, just communications. Hello, Mr. Jingles.
Then this request of Mr. Walsh goes on, and Trooper DeChico then says, or asks Mr. Walsh, it'd be helpful if we can create a permanent timeline of the events of the 1st, the 31st, and the 1st, and maybe get a better insight into on, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Walsh was asked, are you okay with that, correct?
I don't explicitly remember that part.
Do you remember Mr. Walsh saying anything of the sort? Like, just to be clear, you want to download everything on my phone?
Yes.
So it's fair to say that the first time Trooper DeChico mentioned downloading all the contents of the phone, Mr. Walsh began to ask questions about all the content? It's fair to say that, isn't it?
Correct.
At no time in this exchange that we just discussed in this cross-examination, this exchange that occurred on January 5th, when the subject was first brought up to look through Mr. Walsh's phone, there was no conversation or request to look at anything like location data, was it? you never said, and Trooper DeChico never asked if he could look at the phone contents for anything like search history or anything of the sort, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the only subject matter, the only characterization of the subject matter that Trooper DeChico talked about and asked Mr. Walshe about used the word communications, correct?
I think I'd have to refer to the transcript to make a definitive agreement with that.
Right? By the way, Judge, if I may, I apologize. I'd like to inquire if Trooper DeChico is in fact going to testify. I thought we were told he was, but I know today we weren't.
Well, we'll get to the,
I don't intend to call.
Then it's fair to say, isn't it, that when Mr. Walshe asked about the entire contents, he was told by Trooper DeChico that we will download, with the extraction, we'll download all the contents to your phone, yes, right?
Yes.
Trooper DeChico never stated that they were going to review or analyze or look at the entire contents of his phone, did he?
Correct.
And then Mr. Walshe said something to the effect of, that's a lot.
Yes.
And then it's fair to say, isn't it, that you said something to the effect of, well, what we're focusing on is, well, we're interested in, yes, it downloads everything. This is you talking. But what we're interested in is locating Anna and finding the information specifically in there that would help us do that. The Anna specific content, correct?
Yes.
And in that statement you made to Mr. Walshe, you never said anything, you, Sergeant Schmidt, you never said anything about looking at search history or location data or anything of the sort, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Walshe then once again said something to the effect of, well, that's a huge amount of data.
Yes.
He was asked about what his concern was, correct?
Yes.
And he actually first responded, I don't know. Correct?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall him being asked, right? Do you recall him being asked during this particular part of the January 5th, 2023 interview that he was asked, well, are there other legal issues? If you remember that. And if you don't, it's fine.
Trooper DeChico did say that.
He asked him that.
He asked if it was the other legal issues.
And do you recall what Mr. Walshe responded?
In the affirmative.
He said that's one of them, correct? And if you don't remember, I don't want to put words in your mouth. If you don't remember, that's fine.
Correct. Yeah. Excuse me. I don't remember that exact exchange.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
yes,
Page 40, line 15. Just going to show you these lines starting with line 13.
13.
Tracy talks a lot. Hey, folks, my regular viewers know this, but this is Mr. Jingles. Hello, Mr. Jingles. Mr. Jingles got his name because I took care of him and his brother. They were found in an abandoned barn. So a friend of mine took them in. Then he couldn't keep them, so I took them in. And Mr. Jingles got his name because I could put a necklace with a bell on him. Hence, Mr. Jingles. His brother was named Buster because when I tried to put a necklace with a bell on him, he busted up my arm. Now, Buster has moved across the field to my aunt, and he lives a very, very happy life there. And Mr. Jingles stayed here. So this is Mr. Jingles, of course, is the actual owner of this channel. Mr. Jingles, everything I do here is because he will eat me if I don't. All right. So that is the short version of the story on how I got Mr. Jingles here. Or, well, Mr. Jingles took over the farm and I'm allowed to stay here.
What's the page number, Council?
Yes, page number
41.
I was just about to say that. No jury in the box.
Still reading, sorry.
Having read that, does that refresh your memory?
It does.
And it refreshes your memory that at some point, Trooper DeGico said, in fact, is it your other legal issues? And Mr. Walsh said, that's one of them.
Yes.
And in fact, while Mr. Walsh said, I'm willing to do anything, that his only request was basically to talk, he wanted to first talk to Tracy Minor, correct?
Correct.
Was that the first time, Sergeant Schmidt, that you became aware of the fact that Mr. Walsh was represented by counsel?
No.
When did you first learn that he was represented by counsel?
The interview on the 4th.
So you knew he had representation.
Were you provided contact information on January 4th of 2023 of Mr. Walsh's attorney?
No.
Did you ask for it?
No.
Did you learn about Mr. Walsh being represented by counsel through Mr. Walsh or some other source?
Mr. Walsh.
So when you learned that he was represented by counsel, Sergeant, did you pause and consider reaching out to his counsel instead of continuing to ask him questions?
At what point in time?
On January 4th, when you said you first learned about him being represented by Tracy Minor?
No.
So you knew he had representation and chose to ignore that and kept on having direct communications with Mr. Walsh. Momo Shark, hello, new to the channel. Hello, welcome, welcome. I hope you like it here. It is brim-filled with snark, with legal analysis, jokes, and on Fridays, I have the Wheel of Regrets. If you don't know what is Mr. Nick, what is the Wheel of Regrets? Well, this is the Wheel of Regrets, where I grift, you pay me to do those things. That is because I'm not a fan of covering cases and grifting at the same time. I don't mind it, but I'm bad at it. So I chose to have Fridays, 5 p.m. Eastern, is where I do a bit more grifting and have more fun. Still talking about law and cases and stuff like that, but with more alcohol and more snark than usual. But not today. Not today. You can prepay for a spin on the Wheel of Regrets. It is a combined $50, either via Super Chats, gifted memberships, via PayPal, or buy me a coffee. All right, let's continue. And welcome. I hope you stay.
But on January 5th, when he told you his only request would be because Tracy Minor called me today about what's going on, you asked him, who is that?
Correct.
And that was on January 5th.
Correct.
So even though you asked Mr. Walsh on January 5th, who was that, when he used the name Tracy Minor, you're telling us today that you learned about Tracy Minor representing Mr. Walsh on January 4th.
No.
Okay.
If I may explain.
Oh, please do.
Mr. Walsh related that he had an attorney on the 4th. However, she was not named. I learned about the name on the 5th during that second interview.
Okay. But you did learn that he was represented by counsel on the 4th, is what your testimony is here today, then.
Yes.
So you found out, oh, you have representation. Now, a normal law-abiding cop would ask, what's the name of your attorney? So I can keep a tab on it. Not this, Yoho. No. Oh, you have an attorney. Good. All right. And then ignore it. Jesus Christ.
Is that exchange when you learned about Mr. Walsh being represented by counsel on January 4th, is that contained in the January 4th interview?
I don't recall.
No. Were there conversations other than with Patrol Officer Lawrence with Mr. Walsh on January 4th that contain statements that don't appear in the interview transcript or in any of the reports?
Yes.
And
Oh,
have you ever
really?
been asked to reduce to writing statements of Mr. Walsh that otherwise don't appear in your reports or Lawrence's reports or in the January 4th transcript of your conversations with him?
No.
What other statements can you tell this court about that Mr. Walsh made to you on January 4th that did not find their way into any report or into any transcript?
There's conversations about the house and rental property when we did the walkthroughs of the premises.
All right. Anything else that you recall?
Not at the moment.
All right. It's fair to say then that you remember of any other statements that do not appear in reports or in the transcript. Those were not statements that included Mr. Walsh saying, you know, you can look at the entire contents of my phone, you can look at anything you want, or words to that effect, correct?
Correct.
By the way, Sergeant Schmidt, did you ever have any conversations with a district attorney in Glen Beelan about this case?
I don't recall any.
All right. Do you know who Assistant District Attorney Glen Beelan was or is?
Yes.
Okay. Had you interacted with her in other Norfolk County cases?
No.
So your conversations with Assistant District Attorney Beelan would be limited to this particular case or this investigation?
I don't recall any communications with her.
Okay, how about conversations?
Related to this case, no.
Okay. So I guess it's fair to say that you never had any conversations with Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beelan regarding any agreement to search any devices, correct?
Correct.
This defense attorney is really good because he is narrowing in each of the cops. He is narrowing in so that they can exclude that this particular person actually heard the alleged consent that Mr. Walsh had, that it doesn't appear in any transcripts or contemporaneous reports. This is good lawyering, folks. This is good lawyering.
Now, Mr. Walsh made it very clear to you during this question and answer during the interview on January 5th that he wanted to talk and needed to talk to his attorney, Tracy Myers, correct?
Yes.
Myers, correct?
Yes.
And he made it very clear that he had to talk to his attorney, Tracy Minor, before he agreed to anything about turning over his phone, correct?
Correct.
And once again, that discussion, when I just limited it to his phone, his iPhone, this discussion about talking to Tracy Minor didn't include any reference to searching any iPad or iPads or MacBooks, correct?
Not that he discussed with me.
So, I'll return to the subject matter, but what I want to ask you, Sergeant Schmidt, is this. When you were there present with Trooper DeChico and you're interviewing Mr. Walsh on January 5th, and now you've already interviewed him earlier in the day before in the evening, as a police officer with training and experience, you would in fact be interested in looking at communications between Mr. Walsh and the missing spouse, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say, isn't it, that you'd also be interested in seeing, if you could, any communications that Mr. Walsh attempted to have with Anna Walsh after January 1st, correct?
Yes.
And you would be interested in looking for any communications of Anna Walsh attempting to contact her husband, Mr. Walsh, after January 1st, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And you would be interested, wouldn't you, in looking at communications that Mr. Walsh made to anyone after January 1st regarding the whereabouts of his wife, correct?
Can you just describe that one more time? I'm sorry.
You would be interested in looking at communications of Mr. Walsh trying to talk to others and inquire about the whereabouts of his wife, Anna Walsh.
Yes.
And in fact, Mr. Walsh told you, didn't he, that he had first reached out to Anna Walsh and tried to text her when his phone was found, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you were asked questions on direct examination about this phone, his phone being lost, you are aware of the fact, aren't you, that the phone was found by one of his young children, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, it was found after this nanny, I think you referred to her as Robin,
Robin.
after she had searched trash barrels and things looking for that phone, correct?
Yes.
And one of the reasons they were looking in trash barrels is because that had happened before, correct?
Correct.
The kids, or one or more of Mr. Walsh's children, had taken his phone or Anna's phone and put it in a trash can and hid it, correct?
Correct.
So not very nefarious, is it?
So getting back to your experience as a police officer and an investigator, it's fair to say, isn't it, that there would be interest in looking at communications from Mr. Walsh, not just on December 31st of 2022 and January 1st of 2023, but communications that went and extended past the 1st, possibly the 2nd, correct?
Yes.
Now, returning now to the specifics of the January 5th interview. One of the things that Mr. Walsh told you when you were asking about downloading the contents of his phone was, aside from there was an enormous amount of information and things like that, he said that he needed to talk to Tracy Minor, his attorney, to see if she might say, can we just do the information that you're asking for, correct?
Yes.
And up to this point, when that statement was made by Mr. Walsh, the only subject matter that had been discussed with him, either through you or Trooper DeChico, was communications, correct?
We talked about downloading all the contents of the phone and communications to set the tone.
Right, but I understand that. But once again, just going back to some earlier direct and cross-examination, when the comment was made, yes, we want to download the entire contents of the phone, either you or Trooper DeChico then immediately said, but really all we're looking for is information about Anna Walsh. And once again, you talked about communications, correct?
Yes.
So even if in the context of we want to download the entire contents of your phone, in the same context of that statement, it was made, we're looking for communications, correct?
Yes.
And we're looking for communications and Anna's tone, correct?
Yes.
Now, was there some explanation to Mr. Walsh at this point in the January 5th interview where Trooper DeChico starts telling Mr. Walsh something about your concerns? I think we need a search warrant for that information to be used against you. Do you remember that?
I do.
Now, can you tell the court why that was made at that time when Mr. Walsh was informing both you and Trooper DeChico that he had concerns about having you download all this information? Objection.
Sustained.
Well, were you trying to convince Mr. Walsh that whatever you found on the phone would not be used against him?
No.
Then what was the purpose of telling him that you would need to have a search warrant.
Objection.
Sustained. He didn't say it. The other guy did.
He didn't say it.
This witness didn't say it. How can he know what the other witness's intention was? Right?
It's objection. He didn't say it.
He's hearing it just like everybody else. Unless I've got the facts wrong. He's not the speaker. You have to ask the speaker what his intention was.
Okay, let me ask you. I understand.
That's why I'm sustaining the objection. Next question.
Let me ask you this. Do you know why Trooper DeChico at that moment in time made that comment about search warrants?
No,
Did you ever ask
No.
Trooper DeChico about that?
I did not.
Was it confusing to you?
No,
But you don't know why he asked it.
correct.
This is so stupid. Of course he knows what it means. This is immensely stupid, because if one cop says the words search warrant around other cops, it is more or less, unless somebody says no, everybody is in agreement, there has to be a search warrant. But they're trying to loophole it, going the backdooring it around. Because January 4th and 5th, they, in my opinion, had enough suspicions and weirdness about this case to go write affidavits, explain your suspicions, get it on a probable cause, get a search warrant. But this is Massachusetts State Police, and it seems like they are all lazy, stupid morons who cannot for the life of them remember anything unless it's convenient for them. Hi, Terry. Says, like the judge, so much better than Auntie Bev. Oh yeah. Your cat is pretty. Yes, he is. Hello, Mr. Jingles. You want to show yourself to the audience? Oh, he likes this. He likes when I do this. Say hello to the audience. Hello. 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 Doesn't he look happy? Doesn't Mr. Jingles look happy when I do this? He does not look like he's going to give me another. Oh. Oh. Mr. Jingles is a survivor, by the way. He wants. I had a couple of 20-foot containers, which are rented to some neighbors because they were moving and they needed storage. Mr. Jingles decided he was going to explore one of them, and he stayed in there for 2 weeks. And then when they came back for the furniture, Mr. Jingles, a very skinny version of Mr. Jingles, appeared from that. Yeah, life is never boring on a farm.
Mr. Walsh did tell you that he used his phone for work, didn't he?
Yes,
And he did tell you words to the effect of he was concerned about how long you might have to have his phone, correct?
yes,
And then he was informed that, oh, they have a mobile unit, maybe they can come out to your house, correct?
yes,
And his response to that was great, wasn't it?
correct.
So it's fair to say that Mr. Walsh was told that since he had concerns about how long they might have his phone, they could actually come out to his house and conduct extraction at his home with a mobile unit, correct?
Correct.
And do you know, Sergeant Schmidt, if in fact they brought a mobile unit out to Mr. Walsh's home on January 6th?
Not to my knowledge.
then Mr. Walsh tells both you and Trooper DeChico that his only request is to talk to Tracy, his attorney, and to let her know and to give her his risk exposure, right?
Correct.
So it's fair to say that based on what you were hearing Mr. Walsh say, it was clear to you, wasn't it, Sergeant Schmidt, that he was not going to agree to turn over his phone or have it reviewed unless and until he talked to Tracy Minor.
Objection.
Well, let me have that one.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? Just so I have it clear.
Sure. I understand. Probably wasn't a very articulate question. That it was clear to you, wasn't it, based on the responses that Mr. Walsh was giving to both you and Trooper DeChico, that he was not going to agree to either turn over his phone or to have you look at the communications without first talking to his attorney, Tracy Minor.
Yes.
At this point,
it seems like of all the cops who has testified and referenced, everybody says, yeah, everybody's in agreement. He did not agree to a complete search of everything before he talked to his attorney. And everything was in relation to communications between him and Mrs. Walsh.
at this point in the January 5th interview, is it fair to say that you, Sergeant Schmidt, you begin to interject and say, just so you're aware, if any peace of mind, we don't have a crime.
Yes, I did say that.
And we're not investigating a crime. This is a missing person.
Correct.
Can you tell the court why you, Sergeant Schmidt, made those statements at that time to Mr. Walsh?
It was the truth.
And why was it? What was the significance to you of making those statements?
He wasn't the subject of an investigation. We were there as a community caretaking function to assist in finding a missing person.
All right. So once again, Sergeant Smith, let me ask you this. Was that statement that you made to Mr. Walsh at that time, was that an effort to reassure him that what you found, if you found anything on the phone, that it couldn't be used against him without a search warrant? Was that you suggesting that to Mr. Walsh?
No, I wasn't thinking like that during that conversation.
Were you trying to reassure him that whatever you found on the phone, you, Sergeant Schmidt, would not intend to use it against him?
I was trying to tell him exactly why we were there.
He's trying to avoid saying it. Because you can lie to suspects. Sometimes you can even lie to witnesses of a crime. But if he states there is no crime, all of a sudden you're in a gray zone about where that you can lie, cops can lie. Because cops can lie, but it has to be within the involvement of a crime. A missing person is not a crime.
So at this point, after it became clear that Mr. Walsh was asking to talk to his attorney, Tracy Minor, before he made any agreements regarding his phone, then the subject matter of the inquiry on January 5th changed, didn't it? You started asking other questions about relative to your investigation. Correct?
Yes.
It's fair to say that during this January 5th interview that you were present for, that
am I going to stream this trial? Well, if it goes to trial and it fits my schedule, yeah, why not? Now, the trials I'm going to cover going in the next few months, YNW Melly retrial, the Donna Adelson trial. What else do I have? No, those are. I think those are the only two trials I know I'm going to cover. And if this doesn't collide with any of them? Yeah, if this goes to trial. Because we still don't know if the judge decides that, oh, the Turtle Boy, yeah, I'm covering the Turtle Boy hearing on Monday, and you're gonna be here because I have a surprise for you. The Turtle Boy hearing on Monday, I am going to cover for a specific reason. And you're going to like it. But yeah, this trial, unless it collides with the two others, yeah, I'm going to cover it because this is really interesting. Not because of the crime in itself, because yeah, I know it's interesting, nobody and everything, but these things happen all the time. What's interesting to me in this case are the cops, who are the same cops, more or less the same cops as in the Karen Reed case and the Sandra Birchmore case. That is what makes this case interesting to me.
You never asked Mr. Walsh anything about search histories or anything of the sort that might be on his phone, correct?
Correct.
And you never asked him anything about what is referred to as location data, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever see? I just have a moment, Judge. We take a cough drop.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Sorry about that. You were asking questions about, I'm going to jump ahead and come back to January 5th, but you were asking questions about the January 7th interview you were present for, correct?
Yes.
In the January 7th interview, for the first time, Mr. Walsh was told, you know, it's important for us to create a timeline for you to avoid suspicion, correct? Words to that effect?
Yes.
That statement about creating a timeline to avoid suspicion being placed on Mr. Walsh, that was first made on January 7th, correct?
Yes.
And that was the evening of January 7th, correct?
The interview?
Yes.
No.
Okay. It was, what time was the January 7th interview?
About 2 p.m.
Okay. Afternoon.
Afternoon.
And it went on for quite some time.
About 2 hours.
And up to that point, on January 5th, it was never suggested that you needed to establish some kind of timeline to avoid suspicion, was it? That subject matter never came up on January 5th.
Correct.
It never came up on January 4th, correct?
Correct.
And when that suggestion was first made to Mr. Walsh on January 7th, the devices had already been turned over, correct?
This is the 7th?
Yes.
Yes.
And in fact, when that statement was made to Mr. Walsh on January 7th, the devices had actually already been returned to Mr. Walsh, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the issue here with the prosecutions and the investigators' timeline, is that not until after they searched the phone for Google searches and location data and everything, not until after then was when Mr. Walsh was presented with, hey, we need to check you out too. Which tells me at least that they knew they fucked up. They knew. And now they had to create some kind of the going around to the kitchen door, through the cellar door, through the chimney, or whatever. Damn, we found really bad stuff on his phone without a warrant. We need to make shit up so we can say, if it comes back to bite us in the ass, we need to invent something so we can tell a judge we would have found out anyway. The thing here is, up until De Chico or Guarino or whoever it was, up until they went on a deep dive in his devices, this was a missing persons case. They might have had suspicions, but they kind of knew they were really not close to probable cause. Now, there's always a judge that will rubber stamp whatever they say, but they actively, in my opinion, chose to go in the phone, find something, and then do the workaround.
And in fact, when that statement was made to Mr. Walshe on January 7th, what's been referred to as an agreement as to what could be searched on the devices that had already been reached, correct?
To my understanding.
Okay, because when you say to my understanding, it's because you weren't involved in those quote negotiations.
Correct.
Did you ever see an email exchange between Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beelan and Attorney Tracy Martin?
Not at the time.
Not at the time.
Not at the time. I may have seen it since, but not at the time.
Okay, at the time, when you say not at the time, we're talking about up to at least January 7th of 2023.
Correct.
And so it's fair to say.
Is this cop trying to tell me, tell us, tell the court, tell the defense attorney that the district attorney came to an agreement with the defense attorney, but the DA never told any of what? Nah, not buying it. Not buying it.
Say that, is it fair to say, Sergeant, that on January 7th, when that was made, that comment about coming up with a timeline to avoid suspicion, you had no idea, do you, if that subject matter was included in the so-called agreement, correct?
Correct.
All you know is that that subject matter of coming up with a timeline to avoid suspicion was first made and broached on January 7th, 2023.
Yes.
Did you have any conversation on January 5th of 2023 about one of the children's iPads being broken or not working correct?
On the 5th. I don't recall.
Were you present at the house, Mr. Walsh's house, on January 6th of 2023?
At the moment, I don't recall specifically being there Friday the 6th.
You do or do not?
I do not.
It's fair to say you didn't write any report about being present on January 6th, correct? Being present on January 6th.
I don't recall writing a report about being present on January 6th, the 5th. Excuse me, Friday the 6th.
You didn't write a report.
I don't remember writing a report about that.
So is it fair to say that you weren't involved in all the searches that were going on January 6th at Mr. Walsh's home?
I was.
Oh, really?
So do you now remember being present on January 6th?
I was involved in the searching at the command post down the street.
Okay, not at the home.
Correct.
Okay. Fine.
Oh, you sneaky bastard. And no report. Where have you heard that one before? Jesus Christ.
Let me ask you this, Sergeant Schmidt. How long had you been a detective with Cohasset Police Department up to January of 2023?
About 8 years.
And it's fair to say in those 8 years, you might engage in to try to perhaps get someone's consent to turn over a device, correct?
Yes.
And sometimes those devices might include a cell phone or search of a car or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that Cohasset Police Department has a form that might be entitled consent to search or anything like that?
Yes.
And the reason for using a form like that, consent to search, is to make sure that there is a record evidence that the person you're asking for consent from, that they give their consent voluntarily?
Yes.
And you have a document that reflects that, correct?
Correct.
And in that document of consent to search, it'd be fair to say that you would also include what the parameters of the search is going to be, correct?
Yes.
And you do that because you don't want there to be any confusion down the road about what the person agreed to and what the person didn't agree to, correct?
Correct.
And one of the reasons you don't want that problem to arise is because you don't want your investigation, in whatever case those are, you don't want your investigation to be compromised and questioned whether that person actually gave their voluntary consent, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever seen in this case whether there was ever a consent to search any device used by either yourself, Cohasset Police Department, or the Mass State Police?
You asking about a form?
Yeah.
I did not see a form.
Have you ever worked with the Mass State Police in conjunction with any other case where you've seen them use a consent to search form?
I don't recall a specific investigation.
And specific to this case, though, and the consent to search, it's fair to say you didn't have any conversations with Attorney Tracy Minor. I don't know why I keep saying the name wrong. Tracy Minor, regarding Mr. Walsh consenting to any search.
Correct.
When you were talking and Trooper DeChico was talking and asking Mr. Walsh questions on January 5th, we all agreed that the only subject matter that was referenced specifically was, quote, communications, correct?
Yes.
And when you use that word communication, you are, in fact, is it fair to say you're talking about things like text messages?
Yes.
And maybe voicemails?
Yes.
Maybe emails?
Yes.
And you're really, when you use that word, communication, you're just using it in its common parlance, correct? Communication, discussions between one person and another person are persons, correct?
I'd say that just the sharing of information is communication.
Okay, between two people.
People.
Okay.
Not Google searches?
When you were asked questions on direct examination about someone by the name of Abdullah coming to the house, did you conduct any further investigation of this person named Abdullah?
Further from that moment?
Yes.
I did not.
Okay. Is it fair to say, Sergeant Schmidt, that in the January 5th interview that you participated in of Mr. Walsh, that the phrase, quote, marital privilege was never used?
I don't recall it being used.
Okay. And is it fair to say, Detective Schmidt, that during the entire interview of January 5th, the only dates that were discussed in your presence during this interview was December 31st, January 1st, and in the days thereafter, words to that effect, correct? Do you recall, Sergeant Schmidt, if anything was referenced in that January 5th interview about looking at data back to December 25th of 2022?
I don't recall that in the interview.
This selective memory loss always astounds me. Or to be frank, it doesn't surprise me because I've heard it so many times. So many times.
What was done to investigate the Richard Walker email?
The forensic specialists of the state police conducted a search warrant for Google and the records they hold to look into that email address.
And the Richard Walker email, just right, when did that come to you again?
The morning of the 7th.
And also, sir, when you were asked about Abdullah on cross-examination, did you ever have the opportunity to interview that individual?
I did.
When?
I believe it was the 5th.
And during the interviews,
And all of a sudden, his memory's back, folks. It's a miracle. He regained his memory. Woo! Jesus Christ.
during the interview of January 5th, what difficulty did you have hearing the defendant when you were discussing looking through or downloading his phone?
None.
And in addition to discussing the tone and communications, what was discussed as far as timeline when looking through his phone?
It would help investigators establish a permanent timeline.
And sir, you were asked questions about communications when in digital devices. What do you consider an online chat via the web page?
Communication.
Yeah, but was it between Mr. Walsh and Mrs. Walsh?
The defendant tell you as far as, may I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
What was Attorney Minor representing the defendant for when you were discussing her initially?
Federal investigation.
And when you were there, what involvement did you have with this federal investigation? You interviewed the defendant on these times.
None.
And so why were you interviewing the defendant on these days?
To find a missing person, Anna Walsh.
What knowledge did you have about the federal investigation when you went to interview him?
Or what he had told me.
One more moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. On the car, sir, when you were asked about, he said it was in the plastic sheet was in the trash. Did you see the plastic sheet?
No.
And what did you notice as far as any difference in the car when you looked at it?
There were like vacuum, what I would assume were vacuum marks, like if you have the different swipes on the carpet.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any recross?
Brief. You never used the word in the context of communications in asking Mr. Walsh questions, something about online chat and web page, did you?
During the interview?
Yes.
No.
What do you mean by that?
I don't understand the question.
You were asked just now on redirect if you considered communications, online chat, and web pages, and your answer was yes.
Yes.
What are you referring to?
You'd be communicating and sharing information between people through an online chat function on a website.
Okay. In all the discussions you had with Mr. Walsh based on grounded in January 4th, January 5th, and even on January 7th, there was no discussion about online chats using a particular web page, was there?
Not a particular web page, but the JetBlue specifically.
And you went to JetBlue. Did you go to JetBlue and talk to them about information relative to Anna Walsh?
I did not.
Do you know who did?
Initially, patrol units had requested the state police assigned to Logan Airport to coordinate with JetBlue to see if there were any travel records.
Okay. Isn't it fair to say then that with regard to specifically to any web chat on a web page, that the Mass State Police learned that there was nothing communicated between Anna Walsh and JetBlue on or around December 31st, January 1st, or thereafter?
Not that I'm aware of.
That's all I have.
Right. The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, that was Sergeant Smith with cross amnesia.
No, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your first and last?
Oh, here he is. There he is. Sergeant Buchanan, also known as Sergeant Bukaki. Oh, I'm going to continue. I'm going to continue. I don't think, how far in?
Last name, please.
We
Yes.
are halfway. Yeah, I'm going to continue. We are going to cover this hearing today. Bukaki!
Sure. My name is Yuri Buchanan, spelled Y-U-R-I-Y, last of B-U-K-H-E-N-I-K.
Where do you work, sir?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police, currently assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
How long have you been with Massachusetts Police?
I graduated the academy March.
Yeah, he's assigned the DA's office. He works directly under DA Morrissey, which is why his face looks so flat.
Of 2012,
And how long have you been attached to the detectives unit with the district attorney's office?
10 years.
And what is your current rank?
I'm a sergeant.
And how long have you been a sergeant within that unit?
Since December of 2021.
So I'm going to ask some questions now about January 5th of 2023, Thursday. That day, did you have the opportunity to be dispatched to Cohasset?
Yes.
Why were you dispatched to Cohasset?
Cohasset police detectives reached out to our office requesting assistance in investigating a missing person case.
What was the name of the person you researched that you were asked to assist help find?
The person's name was Anna Walshe.
Folks, I need to fill up something to drink because I have a strong feeling I will get extra snarky during Bukaki's testimony here. So just give me a few seconds so I can. Bum, bum, bum. See you in a few seconds. He dropped his snack. Clumsy. Darn it. Here. Man. Idiot cat. All right, I'm back. Damn. Getting down on floor level, easy. Getting up from it, yeah, not fun anymore. All right, and now I have something to water my throat with. Mr. Jingles had a snack. Now let's listen to Sergeant Bukaki.
What time did you get to Cohasset PD that day?
It was in the late afternoon. I would say approximately 4:45 or so.
And did anyone else besides you, that's a member of the State Police Detectives Unit with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, respond to Cohasset that evening?
Yes,
Who else?
Trooper DeChico.
And once Trooper DeChico and you were at the Cohasset PD, who did you have the opportunity to speak with?
I spoke with Detective Harrison Schmidt of Cohasset PD.
And what was the purpose of this meeting with Detective Schmidt?
He gave us an update on his investigation into the missing person, shared the details of that he's learned since he was involved.
Did you have the opportunity to review anything in addition to having the conversation with Detective Schmidt?
Yes, I was able to review an audio recording of Brian Walsh's interview.
And after having this meeting and reviewing the recording, what did you have the opportunity to do next in your investigation?
After doing the review of the recording and being updated on all the information that Cohasset PD had at the time, myself, Trooper DeChico, Detective Schmidt, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, and Sergeant Hunt proceeded to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset.
About what time did all of you arrive at that address?
I believe it was like 6:30 p.m.
And when you arrived, was anyone leaving?
Yes, there was a female party leaving as we came up to the door.
And do you understand what her relationship was to the family?
I do know, yes.
What is it?
She was the babysitter for the 3 juvenile children.
And after seeing this woman leave the residence, did you discover who else was in the residence at this time?
Yes.
Who?
Within the residence, we were able to meet with Brian Walsh, his mother, Diana Walsh, and there was 3 juvenile children inside as well.
Now, in that evening, did you have the opportunity to conduct an interview with anyone at the Walsh residence?
Yes, I did.
Who did you initially get the chance to speak with?
Initially, I spoke with Diana Walsh.
And Diana Walsh is Mr. Brian Walsh's mother, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Where was your conversation with Diana Walsh?
My conversation was in the living room area where the couches were situated. There's also a fireplace there. It is right off the kitchen area, separating the dining room area by a staircase set in the wall, I believe.
And was there anyone with you to help conduct this interview?
Yes, Detective Lieutenant Lopes of Cohasset PD was present with me.
Where were the other officers at this point in time that arrived with you?
The other officers were speaking with Brian Walsh in the dining room area portion of the home.
And was anyone else with Mr. Walsh besides those officers, if you know?
Just the 3 officers that arrived.
Where were the children when you initially had the opportunity to speak with Diana Walsh?
Upon her request, the children went upstairs in the main portion of the home to the 2nd floor.
Now, can you explain how the initial conversation, what occurred during your initial conversation with the defendant's mother?
Yes. As we sat down, Diana was asked to provide her date of birth and the phone number. She initially ignored my request and was texting on her phone. A follow-up request was also momentarily not addressed or not answered. She then advised us that she had utmost respect.
Yeah, this is something very common with Mr. Buchanan. His memory is so detailed. It's almost as if he has a photographic memory on direct examinations. Cross-examinations, not that much.
For what we do, but she only has 1 son, and she was very adamant in helping find Anna.
Did she say what she was doing as far as trying to find Anna?
Yes, she stated that she had Googled, researched a top PI firm, private investigation firm in the DC area, and she had been communicating with the owner/CEO of the company.
And did she give you any contact information for that person?
Yes, she provided both a business line and a private cell phone number for the individual.
Now, did she have the opportunity in this during this conversation? Did she tell you what had occurred with her son's cell phone as far as January 1 and January 2nd?
Yes, during this conversation, she advised us that on January 2nd, Brian Walsh showed up at her home in Swampscott and advised her that his phone was missing and that he needed to use her device to communicate or try to reach Anna.
And did she show you anything from her phone during this part of the conversation?
Yes, she showed me her call logs as well as text message communications that were documented on her device.
And when you saw this, did you see the names of any of, not asking the specific name, but did you see the names of anyone in the family?
Yes, there was a name associated with a juvenile child, the eldest, that was documented as a missed call.
And did you ask her about whose phone number that would be?
Yes, I did.
And what did she explain to you?
She indicated it was the 6-year-old's phone number as saved with the name in her device, and that she had purchased all the three of the juvenile children, cell phones, Apple AirTags, and iPads.
How long were you speaking with Diana Walshe before any of the children returned?
I would estimate it 15 minutes or so.
And which child did you wish to speak to?
The oldest 6-year-old child.
And was that one of the children that returned at this point in time?
Yeah, something that will piss you off going forward, which really pissed me off when I heard it at Melanie Little's. The prosecution is starting to refer to the 6-year-old as the oldest child, which technically is correct, but it insinuates a teenager. No, the kid is 6 years old.
Yes, it was.
And did you have the opportunity to speak to the oldest child?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain to us what occurred as far as that conversation?
Initially, when the child presented to our presence, myself and Detective Lieutenant Lopes, asked him if he was willing to have us ask him some questions. He shook his head in the affirmative without giving me a verbal response. Diana, at that point, asked him to sit on her lap while we held the conversation, and we proceeded to ask him some questions.
I'm having a few questions regarding this interview. Who okayed it? And was that the proper person to okay it?
And what did the oldest child tell you about about what he remembers as the last time he saw?
Hear that? Now, boom, oldest child. Trying to give the insinuation that this is a minor, but still it's the oldest. That is why we should be able to do this to a minor child, a 6-year-old, interrogating it.
His mother, Anna Walshe.
What the child stated was that the last time he saw his mother was surrounded around the events of him hearing a noise, waking up, coming downstairs, and seeing her on the couch underneath his blanket, which he left in the room overnight. She was dressed in a set of pink pajamas with red hearts. And as he was walking by the kitchen island, he saw his iPad. He picked up the iPad, recognized that it.
Did you record this, Mr. Buchanan? Because if it's not recorded, then this is his interpretation of what the kid said, if the kid ever said it.
It was malfunctioning or broken, not working properly, and he requested that his mom, Anna, fix the iPad for him. Once she fixed the iPad, he indicated that Anna went upstairs and changed into her real clothes, returning back down.
I could bet good money is, did you go downstairs? Yeah. Did you ask her to fix your iPad? Yeah. Did you go upstairs again? Yeah. Was she wearing jammies? Yeah. So that is probably more as this interview took place. Not that the kid actually said all these things voluntarily. Here's the thing with kids. They are really, really easy to get answers from that might not be true. Because here, the kid is in the lap of an authority figure. In front of him is another authority figure. And naturally, the kid wants to please both of them. It's really, really, folks, I can't state this more. It's hard for me to get the words out how you guys need to understand this. Kids are not reliable because they will say things just to please people. Here he is with two authority figures questioning him, and he wants to please them. Now, if this jackass, Mr. Bukaki, is probably already at this point in time trying to get information that is incriminating of Mr. Walsh. Of course, his question is going to be turned into, let's get incriminating answers out of this kid. This is also how you plant memories. Suggesting. Rewards if done, if the reward a kid, you did good. You said that right. Even though whatever the kid said might not be true, he gets rewarded for saying the right answers, not necessarily because he's saying the truth. It is, and folks, when it comes to interviewing children, you need to have training, especially for it. Over here in Sweden, normal cops cannot interview children. It has to be a person who is specifically trained and educated in how to get truthful answers from children, while cops, because this is how it became a reality back in the 80s and 90s. We had a satanic panic over here as well, and planted memories and everything. So they had to change. No, cops can't interview children. Now, a few cops have the training and education, but there still have to be somebody there checking. Is this done correctly? Buchanan here, we know he lies. We know this from the Canton retrial. We know he is a lying liar who lies when it suits him. So whatever he claims the kid said, can't trust it, in my opinion.
Downstairs, holding a brown duffel bag, approximately 2 feet in length, and a purse, which he gestured to her wearing on her shoulder. He then stated that her taxi was here. He told her, "I love you." She responded, "I love you more." And she walked out the door to her ride. When asked if he saw the vehicle, saw the headlights for the vehicle, or saw her get into the vehicle, he stated he did not. Those are strictly his speculations. Obviously, he didn't use the word speculation, but.
And how did the conversation
This is
end with the
pissing me off royally.
I had a question for him asking, does he know where his mom, before I was able to finish that question, Diana became animated with her arms as he was sitting on her lap, flailing her arms in the air. I stopped abruptly, being interrupted by her gesture. She finished the question for me, stating cell phone. The child never answered my intended question, which was if he knew where his mom was, nor the question that Diana finished. He strictly said that mom wanted him to move to DC to be with her. He abruptly got up off of Diana's lap and ran into a different portion of the home.
If this isn't recorded, I don't believe a single word that comes out of his mouth, because that is not how 6-year-olds speak. They don't have the vocabulary. What I'm very certain what happened, as I said before, is asking suggestive questions. Did mommy ask you to stay in DC? Yeah. Did mommy want you to go with her to DC? Yeah. Yeah, I'm calling bullshit. Thank you, M169. Yeah, well, Glow, yeah, this 6-year-old is a genius, apparently. Yeah, definitely. There better be a recording of this.
And did you have any further conversation with the oldest child?
Yes, I did.
And what was that, sir?
At one point, a little bit later on, he returned to the area where myself and Detective Lopes was standing. He opened the door slightly, just wide enough to the basement that he could fit through. He took a step onto the first step going down into the basement, looked back at me, extended his arm, and I told him that he shouldn't go into the basement on his own, realizing there were child locks on the door. Then Diana also opened the door all the way and grabbed his hand and told him not to go down there.
Did any of the children ever give you anything that night?
Yes.
What did they give you?
The eldest 6-year-old boy gave me a little art piece that he rendered.
Now, how long were you in the home speaking to the oldest child and Diana Walsh?
I would estimate it to be 45 minutes, maybe more. It was a length.
45 minutes of interrogation for a 6-year-old is like 45 minutes for a 6-year-old is a very extremely long time. I mean, I've been streaming here for 2 hours and 40 minutes. For me, because I'm old as fuck, yeah, okay. I don't mind. But 45 minutes for a 6-year-old? That kid gets a 6-year-old gets bored in seconds. For fuck's sake. Yeah, and as Trinton says, he's only described maybe 5 minutes of conversation.
The conversation and our presence in the home.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Ron. Sergeant, we left off.
Yeah, and then they took a break. Now here, Law and Crime decided to, hey, let's edit out the pauses, which is great. Then that means I don't have to.
I believe the conversation had come to an end with Diana Walsh and the oldest child. What did you do at the house after that?
I waited for the other officers to finish searching the home for the missing individual, to include the attic.
Why was the attic significant to you?
It had not been searched, and in my experience with other cases, we have had located individuals in crawl spaces and attics.
Diana Walsh is apparently Brian Walsh's mother.
And more specific, though, when you found people in crawl spaces like that, have they been as a result of murder or how so?
They were suicides.
What did you do as far as examining the outside of the home?
I proceeded outside, checked the yard, the property, to include trash cans, looking for Anna's phone. One of the locations that myself, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, Detective Schmidt checked was Brian Walsh's Volvo SUV.
And did you ask anyone permission to check the Volvo?
Yes.
And who did you ask?
Brian Walsh.
And what did he say?
He complied, granted us permission, unlocked the vehicle, and we took a look through the contents of inside.
And what observations did you make of the Volvo?
I located a cell phone device inside the Volvo, located in the center.
Did you locate any taillight shards at the back of the Volvo? Maybe.
Console of the vehicle.
And did you have a conversation with Mr. Walsh about whose cell phone that was?
Yes, I asked him whose device that was. At which time he stated it was his oldest son's.
And did any of the police officers attempt to verify that?
Yes, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, having been provided with the phone number for that device, called the phone, and the phone rang, verifying that it is in fact the 6-year-old's phone.
And where did Detective Lopes get the phone number from?
Our conversation with Diana Walsh, when she showed us the call logs, the phone number was provided.
Do you remember what the phone number was for that device?
Not at the top of my head. I know that it most likely ended at 80.
Just a question out of the blue here. By what authority does Diana Walsh, by what authority can she give consent to searches? She didn't live in the house. It wasn't her phone. By what authority can she consent to a search?
28, possibly.
And did you write that anywhere in any of your reports?
Yes, I wrote in my interview report.
Would that, looking at that report, refresh your recollection as to the number?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Sergeant, I'd ask if you could look at paragraph 9. Look at it yourself and look up to me when an opportunity to review it. Does that refresh your recollection as to that?
Oh,
Yes, it does.
sorry, Christine. I missed this. In the beginning of the stream, Christine posted this. She's been a member for 23 months. Thank you, Christine. Thank you for your continued support for almost 2 years. Almost 2 years. That is a long ass time. And folks, Christine just got monetized on her channel. So do I have any Ghost? Can you, if you're still here, can you please find Christine's YouTube channel and post it here so more people can subscribe to her?
617 895, I believe.
Oh, should I come back?
Yes, please.
All right, Sergeant. Take one more look. You know where it is. All right, now you want to give it a shot.
Yes, 617 895 8028.
So that phone, was it seized that night?
It was not, no.
Was it left in the, where was it left then?
In the vehicle.
Now, this is Thursday, January 5th. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, I'd like to, that night, besides looking in the Volvo, did you find anything else as far as cell phones that night?
No, I did not, no.
Okay. Now, I'd like to ask you now some questions about January 6th, Friday.
Yes, sir.
Did you have the opportunity to contact anyone who was representing Mr. Brian Walsh?
Yes, I did.
Who was that you were contacting?
I contacted attorney Tracy Minor.
And how did you, why were you contacting Tracy Minor?
I wanted to communicate with her and get consent for the devices that belong to Brian Walsh and his juvenile children that were being utilized.
And what was your understanding of Tracy Minor's relationship to Mr. Walsh?
My understanding was that Tracy Minor was representing Brian Walsh on a criminal matter out of federal court in Boston.
And when did you start communicating with Attorney Minor?
I began communicating with her in the afternoon hours of January 6th. It was during the 3 o'clock hour, I believe.
And how were you communicating with her?
Via cell phone call communication.
Do you know roughly how many phone calls you had with Attorney Minor?
I had numerous communications. To the best of my estimate, probably three phone calls.
And so what did you ask Attorney Minor in the first conversation, if you remember?
In the first conversation, I identified myself and asked her to provide consent for Brian Walsh's phones. At that point, I had knowledge of at least 2 devices, the one that was missing, that was located on the second, and then the 6-year-old cell phone.
Okay, so to be clear, you say the one that was missing that was located in the second, who did you believe that cell phone belonged to?
Brian Walsh.
And the second device, what was that device that you were concerned about?
That was a device that contacted Diana with a missed call on the call log, and it was also now present inside Brian Walsh's vehicle in the SUV.
What did you say to Attorney Minor that you wished to do to these devices?
I stated that we wish to do a full system extraction, phone dump, more commonly used as a phone, known as a phone dump, of those devices for digital evidence data.
And what reservations did Attorney Minor express to you in the first conversation?
She stated she needed to talk to her client, and she would call me back.
And did you explain anything else you were looking for at this point in time?
No, I did not.
So how long did it take for Attorney Minor to contact you back?
It was somewhere between 5-10 minutes, maybe a little more, maybe 15 minutes, but I did receive a call from her within a short period of time.
And what happened in this next phone call?
She stated that it would be fine to, they would consent to the extractions. They just wanted it documented, and she requested a documentation to be generated.
And was there any limitations on the digital, was there any limitations on what you were allowed to look at?
Yes, it was communicated verbally in our agreement that we were not to look at attorney-client communications prior to December 25th, 2022. and no communications between Anna and Brian Walsh prior to that date as well.
Besides those two issues, was there anything else that you were not allowed to look at when you spoke to Attorney Minor?
No.
Did you tell Attorney, and so during this conversation, was there mention of any other devices you wish to look at?
Yes, after we made the agreement for the 2 cell phones mentioned, I also requested that the iPad, which we knew was manipulated by Anna prior to her leaving.
All right. I didn't know it was that this agreement was on request of Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Bukaki. And I don't trust him. This is him construing his testimony after the fact that they got caught. Because this is what he claims was verbally presented to him. To my knowledge, the actual written consent, the written agreement, had nothing of this in it. They were supposed to only be allowed to check communications between Anna and Brian. And that alone.
The home would also be included within the devices that were consented to.
Did you explain why you wanted to look at that iPad?
I did not know.
Why did you want to look at that iPad?
Well, if Anna manipulated the device and fixed it during the time frame that we were advised, there would be a digital footprint on the device documented that manipulation.
And to be specific, what iPad are you referring to that Anna manipulated?
It was the iPad that the 6-year-old saw on the island as he came downstairs after hearing a noise and waking up, and he picked it up and had his mom fix for him.
Why was that footprint significant to you in your investigation into the disappearance of Anna Walsh?
It would have really narrowed down the timeline of when Anna left the home. It was in a short period of time after the device was manipulated that we were told Anna got dressed and left the home.
Had you had any access to that iPad before this conversation?
No.
And so when you were speaking to the oldest child, he never showed it to you or anything like that?
No, he did not.
Okay. Now, besides the 2 areas that you had agreed upon with Attorney Minor, which was attorney-client contact and anything before December 25th with the defendant and his wife, she asked for what?
A documentation of the agreement that we verbally discussed and agreed upon.
And what did you do to document the agreement?
Communications were had with Norfolk District Attorney, First Assistant Lynn Beelan, and she drafted an email including those specific restrictions of the full data extraction, digital evidence analysis in an email form and sent it to Attorney Minor and CC'd me on it as well.
What memory do you have of expressing these concerns to First Assistant Beelan at the time?
I do not have a memory of communicating with First Assistant Beelan.
So do you know how First Assistant Beelan knew to send the email?
I do not know.
You may.
Sergeant, do you recognize that document I've just handed you?
Yes, I do.
What is the document I've just handed to you?
It's a copy of a printed out email exchange between Attorney Minor, which I'm CC'd on, and First Assistant Lynn Beelan, and their communications.
And does that document, is that after you had the conversations with Attorney Minor?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be marked as the next exhibit, and I know that I've fouled up the order, but it is in the binder, and I think it was attached to the defense's pleadings as well.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And what number do you think it is?
So on my listing, I have it as Exhibit 13.
Exhibit 13. You know what he's talking about, Attorney Tipton?
Yes.
And do you have any objection to that?
Yeah.
All right.
I feel a little bit better right now that he knows what I'm talking about, which is great. So, Sergeant, if I may ask, could you read the first email into the record of that chain? First is, who is the sender?
The sender is Lynn Beelan.
Who are the recipients?
It is addressed to Tracy Minor, and I am CC'd on that email.
What is the date and time of the email?
The date is January 6th of 2023, and the time is 3:39 p.m.
And can you read the body of the email?
Yes, sir. Attorney Minor, as requested, the Norfolk District Attorney's Office agrees that in the investigation to Anna Walsh, any conversation between the attorney and client Brian Walsh is excluded from the search and examination of Brian Walsh's phone and the minor child's iPad. It is further agreed that any conversation between Brian Walsh and his wife, Anna Walsh, 1 week before she was missing, 12/25/22 and prior, shall be excluded from the search and examination of Brian Walsh's phone and the minor child's iPad. Should you have any questions, please contact me, Lynn Beelan, First Assistant District Attorney, Norfolk County, and the phone number.
And just for the record, when you say minor child, you are putting that in there opposed to reading the child's name.
Yes, sir.
Now, was there a response to that email that's in the chain?
Yes, there is.
Can you read the response, sir?
The response is, we consent to all communications on or after 12/25. If you want to go back further than that, I will have to get your list of attorneys, as he has used a bunch of them.
And is there a subsequent response to that?
Yes, there is.
And can you read that into the record?
That date is fine, thank you.
And that was sent from whom?
That was sent from Lynn Beelan.
Did you receive any further email communication from?
So this is interesting because this doesn't make sense, because I listened to this, and according to Bukaki, it almost sounds like the communications between Anna and Brian are excluded. No. As the attorney, when she writes back, this is what we consent to, it is the limited area of December 25th to that date, which was 5th or 6th or 7th of January, the communications between Brian and Anna. That is what the Brian's attorney agreed to. Now, this, I must say, I would never in my life agree to anything via email. Not a single thing via email. Documentation, they sit there, I sit here. Then we go through the document line by line. Do we both agree to this? Do we agree to this? I've done this literally thousands of times. For you who don't know and are new here, hi, I'm Nick. I'm a labor jurist. I handle contracts and documents on a daily basis, and I've done it for over 30 years. This is shit work from Brian's attorney, in my opinion. Absolute horseshit. Never in my life would I agree to anything via email. Never. It needs signatures from both parties. This is absolute horseshit. Because now, since it was vague what was actually meant, this is horseshit. Jesus Christ, this is bad. But it should still be in favor of Brian's attorney's interpretation. What she actually writes is the agreement. Oh, she never mentioned that we couldn't do the other things. If you don't have explicit consent, you don't have consent. Yes, I am wearing a wrong t-shirt. This is now in my merch. for you who don't know, the Delphi case. One of the people of interest there, you writes the word wrong, writes the word like this, and we who believe that Rick Allen is wrongfully convicted, we were called cranes. And okay, sure. So yeah, I'm wearing a wrong t-shirt. All right, let's get back to it's bad work, and I assume his attorney at the time no longer is working for Mr. Walsh. I wouldn't. Jesus Christ! What the fuck was in her mind when she even remotely agreed to do this via email? But my interpretation, still with this horse shit approach to law and consent, it's what the attorney of Mr. Walsh, what she says is the only thing that is agreed on.
Attorney, First Assistant Beeland, and Minor after that third entry into the email chain?
I have not known.
Now, once that was done, those emails had been exchanged. What did you do as far as trying to get the iPads or trying to get the devices?
I didn't do anything about trying to get the devices.
Why didn't you go get them?
I was tasked with traveling out of state, and I was not going to be present.
Where were you supposed to go as a result of traveling out of state?
I was traveling to Washington, D.C.
Why were you going to Washington, D.C.?
The information we had at the time and the multiple reports of on coming from D.C., living in D.C., and having traveled back to D.C., based on my conversation with Diana Walsh, I traveled to D.C. to go find Anna.
Did you meet up with anyone in law enforcement to help you in D.C.?
Yes.
Who?
It was Detective Lieutenant Lopes and 2 troopers from another unit on the state police.
Now, so after the email exchange comes through, who do you inform that you've now received permission from Attorney Minor?
I informed Lieutenant Fanning.
And who is Lieutenant Fanning in the chain of command of the detectives unit?
He was the executive officer at the time in the unit.
And where were you when you informed Lieutenant Fanning?
I was in the command post.
And where was the command post located?
It was located a short distance down the street from 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in a shopping plaza parking lot behind the stores.
Now, when you informed Lieutenant Fanning, were you talking to him in person, or was this over the phone, or whatnot?
It was in person.
So at the command post on the late afternoon of Friday, January 6th, how many state troopers were in and around this area at this point in time?
There were dozens and dozens.
And so are you aware of who collected the devices from Brian Walsh on January 6th?
I am not aware now.
So you didn't go to collect the devices?
No, I did not.
When did you return from Washington, D.C.?
It was during the late evening hours of January 8th. It was Sunday, I believe, if I'm not mistaken on the date.
And did you have any further conversation with Attorney Minor about the devices after the phone calls and the emails?
No, I did not.
So after the email chain is done, do you have any further phone calls?
No.
And to be specific, with Attorney Minor?
No.
And going back to the second phone call, you told Attorney Minor that you wanted to look at the iPad?
Yes.
And can you just tell us what you told her about wanting to look at the iPad?
The conversation about the extractions, the full data extraction, was in reference to the 2 cell phones. We went into detail about that. Once she consented to those cell phones, I asked if we could also do the same with the iPad.
Was there any concerns about communications on the iPad?
No, there was not.
Did you explain to her whose iPad it was?
Yes, I did.
And when you explained to her, who did you tell was the user of the iPad?
I told her that based on my understanding, it was the 6-year-old juvenile.
And did you tell her did you tell her anything further about the use of the iPad and why you were looking at it?
No, I did not.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
If you don't have specific consent, you don't have fucking consent.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, this cross-examination.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross.
Okay, I'm starting a poll here. Will Buchanan have a serious case of cross amnesia? Oh. No, that's a boring question. Okay. And forget common English words. Remember, in the Can Read trial, he claimed to not know the definition of the word theory. You really can't make up that kind of stupidity.
Good afternoon, sir.
Well, folks, I'm going to do this in normal speed. I've been playing this in 1.25. I want to hear this in normal speed because I don't want to risk
Under
this.
examination, you described your interaction with Diane Walsh.
Yes, sir.
And so you were involved in interviewing Diana Walsh along with the 6-year-old son.
At portions of it, yes.
When you say portions of it, what portions?
The 6-year-old was not present during the entire interview with Diana.
But you were present for the entire interview of Diana Walsh.
I was.
You didn't have any involvement in the interview of Mr. Walsh on January 5th.
No, not the official interview. I just introduced myself and met him. Brief communication verbally, not a formal interview.
Did you arrive at the home at the same time with the other officers who eventually did conduct an interview with Mr. Walsh on January 5th?
If I'm not mistaken, we all arrived together. Yes, sir.
So you were sitting, is it fair to say that during these two different interviews, you were in different rooms?
Yes, we were separated. The two rooms are separated by the stairwell or staircase. And
Look at that, Mr. Bukaki. You know that you need to separate witnesses. You know, what you should have done when you interviewed the McAlberts. And you didn't. And here all of a sudden you actually know. Oh, you twat.
a wall, I believe, in the home that's right in the middle of the building. But there's a open space for the front and the rear through the kitchen.
It's fair to say then that there were times during these interviews that you could hear people asking Mr. Walsh questions, correct?
To be accurate, because we were having our own conversation, I merely heard voices. I could not hear the specifics of their conversation or who was speaking.
And it's entirely accurate, isn't it, to say that the entire time that you talked to Diane Walsh, that Mr. Walsh, Mr. Brian Walsh, he was never present for any of that, correct?
With our conversation, sir? No, he was not.
So when you were asked all these questions on direct examination, and you were describing the behaviors of Diane Walsh as you interpreted them, it's fair to say that Mr. Walsh had nothing to do with any of those behaviors of Diane Walsh that you were observing.
Are you asking if he was influencing her behavior?
Yeah.
I could not suggest that, no.
Okay. And I mean, she is the grandmother of this the 6-year-old that you were also talking to, right?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
And this 6-year-old was telling you, 6 years ago, that you were also talking to, right? That's my understanding, yes, sir. And this 6-year-old was telling you, 6 years ago, that you were also talking to, right? in his own words, what he remembered about seeing his mother, correct?
Yes, the information of his recollection was in his own words.
And when you were asked questions on direct examination about the iPad and fixing it, you used the word manipulation, right?
That is a term I use, yes.
Okay. You don't have any specific knowledge about what you characterized as the manipulation of the iPad.
The knowledge I have is that I was told she fixed the device for him. Diana said that the button was broken. Those types of manipulations of the device, in my training experience, would be logged within the database on the device.
But based on that information that you just told the court, when Diane Walsh mentioned a button, what button was it?
She didn't specify.
Okay. And it's fair to say that you didn't make any effort to see if the button was now working or whatever button she was referring to was working, correct?
Correct. I did not see, no.
So you really don't know, do you, at the time, that the iPad was in fact not working, or if it just didn't come on? You really don't know. You're just going on the fact that Diane Walsh said something about a button wasn't working.
It was the child's information that he passed along to us, and what Diana shared as well.
And the only question that you testified to, that you asked Diana Walsh, that you asked the 6-year-old, was something to the effect, do you know where your mother is, or do you know where your mother went? That was when Diane Walsh interjected and made a comment, correct?
That specific question, she interrupted my full question, so I could not ask the full question. The question was interrupted.
Now, it's fair to say that you haven't been trained in interviewing young juvenile children, correct?
I don't have specific training for young juvenile children, but I am trained in.
Who knew? Who knew that this Well, I could have told. I did tell you. It was noticeable that this fucker has no training in interviewing juveniles, in minors, in 6-year-olds. That's manipulation. Jesus fucking Christ.
Interviews and interrogations.
Right, but you would agree that there are people that are trained specifically to interview young children, correct?
I am aware that there are specialists that conduct SANE interviews.
And you are aware of the fact that eventually on January 5th, there was an agreement to have the young child, the 6-year-old, interviewed by a trained specialist, correct?
I'm not.
Yeah, but by then it's too late, because he has already influenced the child into specific answers. Fuck's sake.
Certain of the date when the agreement happened, but I am aware that there was an agreement to do something like that along those lines.
And that would be done by someone in Norfolk, correct? In fact, I think the office that they use is in Norwalk, correct? Do you know that?
I am not aware of the location outside of Foxborough, but I could be wrong.
And you would agree, wouldn't you, that in your experience, it's not unusual, is it, for a parent or a grandparent to protect their child or grandchild from certain questions that they think
I got it. Answer this phone call. Sorry, folks, I have a phone call. I'll be right back. Sorry for it was my dad, and when he calls, I answer. It's not your. I mean, he's in his 80s now, and if he calls, it's something important. Usually, this time it wasn't. All right, let's get back to this.
No, I wouldn't say that it's unusual that a child or a parent or a grandparent would do something like that. No.
All right. If I understand your direct examination and some of your questions, and please correct me if I'm wrong. You did or you did not have any conversation with Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beal regarding any supposed agreement?
I don't have a memory of talking to Lynn Beal on the phone about the agreement.
And it's fair to say that you've been asked by the Commonwealth in this case to search your records, your emails, whatever, for any such evidence of communicating with Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beal regarding this agreement, correct?
I have been asked, yes.
And you conducted that search and you found nothing?
Conversations over the phone. I don't have a conversation over the phone specifically in reference to the agreement. So but the email is produced. I'm CC'd on it.
Right.
That wasn't his question.
Content of any conversation between Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beal and Attorney Tracy Miner regarding that agreement.
I do not know. No.
And it's fair to say that you never attempted to contact Lynn Beal to make sure that you understood what the parameters were of any agreement, did you?
I did not contact Lynn Beal, and the email spoke for itself.
Oh, you ass.
You've testified here today that, for instance, you just answered a question on direct examination, that the iPad had no limitations put on, like the search of the iPhone, correct?
Rephrase the question.
Were there any limitations put on any search of the iPad?
The search limitations were included in the email, and it referenced all devices that we were going to get on consent.
Now, you've also told us that your discussions with Attorney Tracy Miner involved discussing and seizing cell phones, correct?
Yes, there were 2 cell phones, as I mentioned prior, and the iPad that we were aware of.
And regarding the 2 cell phones, we can all agree that one of them was purportedly Mr. Walsh's personal cell phone, and the other cell phone was the one in the Volvo that was attributed to the young 6-year-old, correct?
Yes, sir.
There is no reference in the email that you've referred to today to a second cell phone, is there?
I'd have to take a look at the email, but my understanding through our communications, myself and Tracy Miner, were for 2 cell phones and the 6-year-old's iPad.
Well, I understand that's your memory. I'm asking you that with regards to the email that's been introduced into evidence, there's no reference to a second cell phone, is there?
How about that? You twat.
Yes, based on my reviewing of that email content, there's no reference of a second phone.
Ta-da! Twat.
And There's no reference to anything other than Brian Walsh's cell phone in that email.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question again, please?
There's no reference to any other cell phone other than Brian Walsh's cell phone in that email agreement.
It talks about the 6-year-old's iPad.
Right, but there's no reference to a second cell phone or any other cell phone in that email agreement.
That is correct.
And in fact, there's certainly nothing about all of the minor children's cell phones.
That's correct.
There's reference in that email to one iPad, correct?
Yes.
And there's no reference to more than one iPad in that email, is it?
Just the 6-year-old's iPad.
How about that? And yet you went through it all. Or Mr. DeChico, or whoever did it.
Sergeant, it's fair to say that you wrote a report.
What?
Where you were discussing this agreement.
Yes, it is. Yes.
And did you review that report before you testified here today on direct examination?
I did review it, yes.
And it's fair to say that in that report, you make reference to an agreement that encompassed, quote, his cell phones in regard to Brian Walsh. And you used those cell phones, plural, correct? In your report.
I believe that's right, if you're not mistaken.
You have that report with you?
I don't have it here with me, no.
And if you need to refresh your memory, just tell us. But you also, in that report, make specific reference to the agreement encompassed his minor children's, plural, cell phones, correct?
I'd have to take a look at the report, sir.
You lying sack of shit. You lied in your report about the agreement. You fucking twat.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Is that why you stopped writing reports in the Karen Reed case? Because you fucked up in this one?
Thank you, sir.
And you knew you fucked up in this one? Oh yeah, read it out loud. Yeah, read it like you read the texts in the Karen Reed trial. Read it to us. What you lied about in your report. Hey, thank you, Film Freak. Yes, this is Mr. Jingles. He is the actual owner of this channel. Everything that is going on here is because of Mr. Jingles. Jen, the couch fair, it gets better. Oh, I'm going to get demonetized on this stream, aren't I? This stream will get demonetized because if it gets worse, my words will get worse too. So if you're triggered by words, you're forewarned.
Yes, it does.
To refresh your memory that, in fact, you make reference to cell phones plural when it comes to Mr. Walsh's cell phone.
Yes, it does.
Does it refresh your memory that, in fact, you made reference to all the children's cell phones?
Yes.
Does it refresh your memory that it referred to the children's iPads?
Yes.
Is it also fair to say that at the end of that report, you make specific reference that, quote, the agreement is attached to this report?
Yes, sir.
And the agreement we're talking about is what's already been introduced in evidence, correct?
That is correct, sir.
It's fair to say that that agreement that was introduced The evidence does not refer to multiple cell phones, multiple iPads, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And in fact, you said on direct examination that you had some conversation with Fanning, and Fanning then arranged to pick up the devices, correct?
That's correct.
Are you?
Fanning. Yeah, I know. Fanning is up next. Fanning is also a name we know from the Henry trial, and I believe is somewhat involved in the Sandra Birchmore case as well. Lying sacks of shits.
Aware of the fact that Fanning has written a report about what he went to pick up?
I am not aware now.
Oh, fuck you.
About what he had gone to pick up and what in fact he did pick up?
No, I never spoke to exactly what he picked up.
So
Oh,
don't
you
know
lie.
when he went
This is so,
to Mr.
oh.
Walsh's house to pick up the devices pursuant to the agreement. He only knew to pick up one cell phone and one iPad, correct? Or do you know?
I don't know what he actually picked up. I communicated 2 cell phones and an iPad.
And my question is, though, that you apparently don't know that based on the conversation he had with you at the command post, that he thought he was only supposed to pick up one cell phone and one iPad. You don't know that, do you?
I never questioned Lieutenant Fanning on what he picked up.
Okay.
Sir.
He did it based on your interpretation of the agreement. That was the basis of his pickup. And you never followed up on it? For fuck's sake.
No objection.
22. Marked and admitted as Exhibit 22.
Yeah. I'm streaming this case and these hearings, this hearing and stuff. It's not because, hey, free Mr. Walshe or anything. This is about police corruption. This is about police misconduct. Because, say the evidence shows without a shadow of doubt that Mr. Walshe killed his wife. He might walk because this asshole can't do a proper job. And remember, this piece of garbage makes over 120,000 a year. That is what you're paying for this motherfucker to allow criminals to go free because he can't do his fucking job.
Specifically, Sergeant, in that report that now is Exhibit 22, you specifically say the agreement was put into writing by Norfolk District Attorney's First Assistant Lynn Beelan, correct?
Yes, I do.
The agreement, you're referring to the email that's been introduced into evidence, correct?
That is correct.
Folks, I've been doing my area of law for over 30 years. Putting an agreement into writing means you formalize it. Both parties agrees on the content of it, and then both people sign off on it. That was an email, and it's just a fucking email. This is so horrendously bad. Hi, Keith. Welcome to my show. Welcome to Snark. Legal Snark. But first, Film Freak, thank you so much for gifting a membership. It went to Jen the Couch Fairy. Yay! Congratulations, Jen. Now you have access to all my members-only content. Usually my videos goes up half a day before to members, about half a day before it goes public. So you get preview or whatever it's called. You get your own emojis here on YouTube, and I will put up a fresh link to my Discord for members only. And thank you so much, Film Freak. Thank you. That is very generous of you. Thank you so much. All right, let's get back to nose picking, Mr. Bukaki.
There's nothing in the agreement that uses the phrase marital privilege.
No, sir.
There's nothing in your conversations that you put in your report that was to document this agreement. There's no reference to marital privilege, is there?
I'm sorry. There was two things you asked about. There was no mention of marital privilege outside of the statement about excluding communications between Anna and Brian Walshe.
And the phrase marital privilege does not appear in your report that's been introduced as Exhibit 22.
No.
And it doesn't appear in the...
I'm getting confused on what the actual agreement is about.
That statement does not appear now.
Oh, now I get. Okay, now I get it. Okay, folks. The agreement was regarding communication data when it occurred, not what it contained. Now I get it. Now I get it. So the search that was allowed to was between December 25th up until January 5th or whatever the date was. And it was regarding communications data, as in when was it sent, when was the reply, back and forth, all the things. That's the agreement, not the contents of the texts or the emails. The data. Which, okay, now I understand that fucking agreement. It's about communication data. You can only search it for when it, the text from Mr. Walshe to Mrs. Walshe. Text from Mrs. Walshe to Mr. Walshe. Phone call, back and forth, not the actual contents. That's it. Nothing about, because, folks, Google searches are not communications. Geodata, not communications. GPS, not communications. Hey, Film Freak became a member. Thank you. Thank you. Here are all your members only emojis. You have Nice Viking, Happy Viking, Loving Viking, Boomer, my tractor, my FCK tractor, Female Viking, Three-Hole Wonder, Mr. Jingles Christmas, and for some reason the Scottish flag. By request. All right. Let's continue. And thank you again. I don't know the name of the judge, but apparently she was prosecuting public corruption cases before she became a judge.
And the only thing that is referenced, the only subject matter that's referenced in the email agreement is, quote, communications.
That's the only subject matter that needed to be carved out of the full extraction.
That wasn't my question. My question was the only subject matter that is referenced in the agreement is communications.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that full extraction, unless it specifically says full extraction in the agreement, you do not have consent for full extraction. Fuck's sake. Yes, Vikings said hi in Scotland too, but not as much as in Ireland. My ancestors kind of avoided Scotland for the most part, or fought together with the Scots. Recruiting, it's called.
Do you know, Sergeant, do you know when Mr. Walsh first talked to Tracy Minor, his attorney, about the request to search his phone?
I have no idea.
And do you know, Sergeant O'Kinnick, when Tracy Minor, Attorney Tracy Minor, and Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beelan first began discussing the request to search Mr. Walsh's phone?
I would strictly be speculating when they first began. My only knowledge is to the email being sent from Lynn.
Have you talked to Assistant District Attorney, now retired, Lynn Beelan, regarding this agreement prior to this hearing?
I have no memory of talking to her about this agreement.
So the government, the Commonwealth, has not asked you to go talk to retired Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beelan and say, what did you and Attorney Tracy Minor agree to? You haven't been asked to do that.
No, sir.
This is a cop who doesn't care. He didn't contact the assistant district attorney or Mr. Walsh's attorney because he looked at that and in his brain he thought to himself, hey, it doesn't say I can't do that. That's consent. Yeah, that's like consent of a passed out girl. You can't have it because she cannot express consent. That doesn't mean she wants you to step on top of her. That's the mindset of this motherfucker. Well, she didn't say I couldn't. Fuck face.
Now, it's fair to say that there are consent to search forms used routinely by the Mass State Police, correct?
Yes, sir.
And those consent to search forms, they require information to be entered on the form. It includes the person giving consent and the officer taking the consent, correct?
Yes, it is.
And they also include an area where you describe what is going to be searched, correct?
There's detailed explanation on the forms, yes.
Oh, really?
And it's signed and dated by the person giving consent and a witness, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the reason for this is to make sure that people understand what consent was given, that it was given voluntarily, and what the parameters of any consent were, correct?
That is the purpose behind us reading those consent forms to the individuals we're getting the consent from.
And you didn't use one in this case.
No, sir.
And it's fair to say that you certainly had an opportunity to use one because you were at the home on January 5th, 2023, prior to any consent being given and any agreement being made, correct?
Folks, there's an update on the Delphi case from Teresa, who, for you who were here during the fundraiser for the Delphi trial transcripts, the transcript has now been filed, which means that Teresa can now send a money order to receive the copy we raised the funds for. So, but Teresa is on vacation, and so is the Court of Clerk of Courts in Delphi. So we have to wait a week or so before we actually can send the money and receive our copy that you guys were in and fundraised for. Thank you, guys. So we will get it hopefully within a couple of weeks. Hopefully, because we all know that the Delphi court doesn't want us to have anything. But thank you guys who were in on that fundraiser. You helped doing that. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. And thank you to Isabel for becoming a member. Thank you so much. All right. I will do a separate. How much were the transcripts? The transcripts would have cost probably in the region of 2025. But that is the first copy, the first transcript, which is sent to the appellate attorneys. Once that is done, our copies will cost $1 a page. That's the quota we got, which gets us to between $4,600 and $5,000. Now, we raised more than $5,000 just in case they try to scam us out of more money. But so we have extra funds for that. And if there are any funds left of it, Kathy Allen has expressed that she wants it donated to Innocence Projects. That's the information I have. So, all right, now back to what we are actually checking out. And thank you again for becoming a member, Isabel. Thank you so much.
I was at the home at that point. I did not ask for consent on the 5th.
But yeah,
So, Yuri Buchanan, you have access to actual consent forms.
And it's not from this case. But is it fair to say that that is an accurate representation of the consent to search form that's used by the Mass State Police?
Although it does appear as a form that's generated by the state police, that's not the form we use. So I can't represent that this is.
Oh, for fuck's sake. So there is a standardized consent form, but Yuri Buchanan doesn't use it.
What we would have used.
What is different? What is different from that form you're looking at now and the form that you say would be used by the Mass State Police?
Well, there's a lot of different characteristics of the form itself, just the way it appears, the way it's presented, the bottom portion as well. It's just slightly different.
Can I ask you then, Sergeant Lieutenant, is it fair to say that that form, substantive, whatever form you're referring to, the consent to search form, would have included exactly what that form's asking for? Name of the person giving consent, a witness to sign on it, informing the person of their right to refuse consent, but also listing what and describing what is to be searched.
I would agree with you, yes.
So, with that caveat, I would move it.
Your Honor, I object. If the council wants, I'm happy to get a copy of their form they generated.
Why don't we do that? That's the form that they actually might be using now as opposed to that form. There's no dispute with regard to the contents of the form. He didn't fight you on that. He agrees with you. It's an evidence. You don't need the form that he's not familiar with.
And I'll get a blank one and we'll stipulate to it as an exhibit.
That sounds terrific.
I did ask for what
You didn't ask for, you asked for what? Oh, previously?
I apologize to council. I have no memory of asking for it. I will make sure
We can reach agreement on this, I'm sure.
So the defense asked for the actual consent form that Yuri used and didn't get it. Now the prosecution has no recollection because they also have cross amnesia. But we can safely say that that standardized consent form that is which can be apparently downloaded from Massachusetts State Police homepage or something, is not what Yuri Buchanan used, but he claims it's basically the same. I wonder if it is.
With regards to the agreement, there's nothing in the agreement email that has been produced as an exhibit that references anything about search histories, correct?
No, that specific term is not in the email.
And there's nothing in the email about location data, correct?
That's correct.
And once again, the only subject matter that's referenced in that email agreement is, quote, communication, correct?
Yes, as what to be excluded, yes.
Oh, you asswipe.
Well, when you say what to be excluded, it's just, I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but this will be my last question on this particular subject. The email agreement makes reference to what communications will be limited, and it makes specific reference to certain attorney-client conversations, communications, and communications between Mr. Walshe and Anna Walshe, correct?
That is what to be limited during the search and analysis of the device's data.
It certainly doesn't say, does it? Anywhere in that agreement that the agreement is that everything that's downloaded can be reviewed and analyzed, correct? Doesn't say that.
It does not specify that.
And it's important, isn't it? Just like that form that you were talking about a moment ago, it's important, isn't it, to be very specific in any written agreement as to what the terms of the agreement are, right?
It's important to understand what is being done. Our verbal communications mentioned phone extractions. That means all of the data on.
Verbal communications are worth the paper it's written on. It's worthless. Worthless. If you don't have it on paper and the other party doesn't say the exact same thing, yeah, we had verbal communication and he is spot on. It doesn't fucking exist.
On the phone, and what was to be limited based on our verbal communication, then subsequently put into email form, was the communications between client and.
Wait a minute. I thought you said you didn't communicate with ADA, with the assistant district attorney. I thought you said you didn't communicate with his former attorney. So where does this verbal communication come from all of a sudden about consent?
Attorney and Mr. and Mrs. Walshe.
But that's the way you're interpreting the content of this email that you did not write and did not respond to. That's fair, isn't it?
For the latter portion, yes, I did not write this email, nor did I respond to it. But the verbal agreement on the phone with Attorney Minor was that we were doing a full system data extraction on the devices provided that were consented to.
No, I don't buy that. And now, speculation here. Say that this Attorney Minor is, by all accounts, a really shitty attorney. Even shitty attorneys would never go by consent on full extractions. Even the shittiest attorney, even 2 years ago, I covered a case with a defense attorney who fell asleep during the prosecution's opening statement and then held a 32-second opening statement himself. not even him, he would have made consent to a full fucking extraction. No way.
Yes, it is.
And your memory is that the agreement also included all of Mr. Walsh's cell phones, all of the children's cell phones, and all of the children's iPads.
No, my memory was that the devices I knew about was Mr. Walsh's.
There was no plural. Not even in the email, it was plural. And you went through it all.
Cell phone that was missing, the children's cell phone that was in Mr. Walsh's vehicle, and the iPad reference to by the 6-year-old, which was fixed by Anna. That's why the communication with Tracy Minor was about 2 cell phones with the iPad thrown in on top of those 2 devices.
Sergeant Burkinnon, just on that particular answer question. The second sentence in your report that you wrote that stated January 6, 2023, you wrote specifically, during numerous phone conversations, we established a verbal agreement for the digital evidence extraction of devices belonging to and being used by Brian Walsh and his juvenile children to include Thomas Walsh, 6-year-old, Thomas Walsh's 6-year-old. Those include his cell phones and his minor children's cell phones and tablets. Correct?
If that's verbatim from my report, that is what's written.
So my question that I asked you just a moment ago was, your memory of the agreement was it involved all of those devices, not just the 2 that we're talking about.
My conversation with Attorney Minor was for the 2 cell phones I knew existed and were referenced.
So why did you put all those other devices in your report that you wrote specifically about the agreement?
I don't understand.
Why did you refer to all of those devices in the one single report that you wrote and refer to it as the agreement? Why did you include all of the devices?
Because there was knowledge of other devices existing. So there was Diana's statement that she purchased cell phones for all the children.
Okay.
And iPads and AirTags, etc. So there were other electronic devices that could have come into play.
You would agree, wouldn't you, Sergeant Burkinnon, that there is some real ambiguity between what you stated as the content of the agreement in your report and that email that has been introduced in evidence?
Yeah, there's 2.
I don't think it's ambiguous, no.
Are you fucking crazy? The email states singular. In your report, you say all of it. Fuck's sake. This is so stupid. And yeah, as Jan says, Diane can't give consent to items that doesn't belong to her. The only person who can give an active consent is Mr. Walsh. And the agreement between Mr. Walsh's attorney and the ADA was cell phone, iPad, singular. There were nothing about we give specific consent to all of it. Nowhere. Nowhere.
Were you present at the home, Mr. Walsh's home, on January 6th of 2023?
don't remember.
Shocker.
I don't remember going to the home. I might have been. I don't remember going to the home.
Shocker.
I know I was at the command post.
Remember during direct examination, he had basically photographic memory of everything he did do. During cross-examination, cross-amnesia. I don't remember.
There was other missions I was conducting. I don't have a specific memory of being at the house, but if you have a specific question about maybe what transpired, I could give you an answer.
Do you know that there were numerous searches conducted to the house on January 6th?
I know that the CERT team and the dive team conducted searches around the home. I was not present for those searches. I was at the command post.
This is
And
insanity.
you weren't there because you were in DC on January 7th.
That's correct. Early morning, January 7th, I left for DC.
Just so I'm following along, the date that you were using was 1/6.
Yes, from when searches were conducted.
Right, but he left on 1/7.
Right. He's
He
not
could have
there.
been there, but he's at the outpost. I just want to make sure I'm trying to follow along with what the evidence is and that you're not missing up the dates. That's why I'm asking.
I could be messing up the dates. I'll be the
I don't
first to
know.
admit that.
I'll
But
let you go.
let me just say,
Giving you the opportunity to correct it if I've got something wrong. But I've raised it,
I
and maybe
appreciate,
I'm the one that has it wrong.
when did you leave for DC on January 7th?
Early morning hours. I don't know the exact time of the flight. Could have been 8, 9 a.m. But I never responded to Cohasset. I went from my home.
So you were not at the home on January 7th,
No, sir, I was not.
and you're not sure if you were at the home on January 6th.
I do not have a specific memory of being there. I might have.
This is from the stream. It's not me.
But we can all agree you were there on January 5th.
Yes, sir.
Were you there on January 8th?
No, I was not.
Yeah, judge so far is good.
Did
Hi,
you
Polly.
negotiate, as you call it, the agreement? Did you negotiate the dates that are involved?
Yeah, as you can see, the timer keeps going. So this is the
The
long
person
time.
wants us to
stream.
exclude would be excluded. Brian Walshe was eager to help us find Anna. The same sentiment was felt by me from Tracy Minor. She was trying to help while conducting her responsibilities as a defense attorney. So that was my understanding based on our conversation.
But was it your understanding that regardless of the communications that are referenced in there, attorney-client communications and communications between Mr. Walshe and Anna Walshe, that in fact there was a temporal limit placed on any search of the devices?
Can you rephrase that question, please? The temporal limit, I just want to make sure I understand correctly.
That in fact there was a date of 12/25/2022 that the search parameter would begin, and there was an ending date of January 6, 2023 of the search parameter when the search would end. Are you aware of that?
I am aware of the date that we couldn't go back past, and that was the 25th. So we couldn't search for communications between client and attorney before the 25th, as well as Mr. and Mrs. Walsh's communications.
And I guess what I heard you say was that it wasn't you that suggested 1225, correct?
Right. I wouldn't have a reason to pick a date. That date, other than being Christmas, it made had no significance to me.
And it wasn't you who picked the date of January 6th, 2023.
I believe it was present. So the term used was present.
See here.
On direct examination, you use the word documentation in the context of what Attorney Tracy Minor asked for. You remember that?
Yes.
And was it documentation regarding what the agreement was?
She just wanted to put in writing, so we needed to document what the specifics were.
And was it also documentation about what, in fact, searches were conducted and how they were conducted?
No, we didn't discuss the details of the searches. She just wanted specific things excluded from the analysis and the searching of the data from those devices. And that is what was documented by First Assistant Lynn Beelan. And she agreed to it.
I don't buy this. Even the worst attorney ever would never consent to complete searches of everything.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant.
Now we can go to 1.25 again.
No memory whatsoever.
The scene that was mentioned, where does the district attorney's office and the state police do those forensic examinations of children?
To the best of my knowledge, at the NAC in Foxborough, if I'm not mistaken.
And,
His memory returns.
Do you have any certifications in cell phone analysis?
I do.
What certifications do you have?
I have a Celebrate Basic course. It's a week-long course with certification.
So when you say the term digital evidence extraction, what significance does that have as far as celebrating your understanding?
It's a full file system download, basically a copy of what the device contains for data and information on it that's then transferred onto a processing computer with an exact copy. Then Celebrate parses out certain information that's either labeled or carved out if it has been deleted and no longer assigned a value that is of significance.
Did Attorney Minor request a consent form?
No, she did not.
Recross. The witness may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And here comes Sergeant or Lieutenant or whatever, Fanning.
Is that seat? Just give me more stuff.
I believe it is. Also involved in the...
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir,
Yeah.
could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Oh, sorry. This is Mr. Fanning. Also involved in the Karen Reed trial. Also involved in the cover-up of the murder of Sandra Birchmore. Yeah.
The record.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Lieutenant John Fanning, Fanning.
And Lieutenant, where do you work?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police, assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
How long have you been with the Massachusetts State Police?
20 years next month.
And how long have you been assigned to the District Attorney's Office?
13 years.
And how long have you been a lieutenant?
Since December of 21.
Lieutenant, I'd like to ask you some questions concerning January 6th, 2023. That day, what was your involvement into the investigation to the disappearance of Anna Walsh?
I had responded to the command post in Cohasset behind the Stop and Shop off of Route 3A.
And at some point that day, did you leave to retrieve any digital devices?
I did.
Where were you going to get those devices?
The Walsh resident at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
And how did you know that you were able to go to that location to get those devices?
I initially spoke to Sergeant Buchanan, and then I spoke with Attorney Tracy Minor.
When did you speak to Attorney Minor, if you remember?
It would have been just before I left to go there. I'd say sometime in the 4 p.m. hour.
And how did you contact Attorney Minor?
By phone.
And can you tell us about the conversation you had with Attorney Minor?
Yes, I introduced myself. I hadn't met her previously, so I made a brief introduction, told her that I had spoken to Sergeant Buchanan, that he was out of pocket because he was preparing for a trip to Washington, D.C., and that I'd be handling communications while he was gone. It was a cordial conversation. She was very cooperative. I explained that she had had a previous conversation with Sergeant Buchanan and a email communication with First Assistant Len Beeland. I said, I'd like to go get those devices as soon as possible. She agreed. She said that Brian was home and that I could head over there. We also had a brief discussion about why the timeline of the Walsh oldest child, that he had stated that.
And he said this earlier. Prosecution and this fuckface, the oldest child. Reference the old. He's 6 years old. Even though he's technically the oldest of three, he's still 6 years old. Referring him to the oldest child is only to insinuate he has extra maturity. He has extra this. Oh, fuck's sake.
Anna had touched the device and fixed it for him. That was really important to us because we were trying to hone in on surveillance.
So what did you tell Attorney Minor about that device? Is that what you said to her?
Yes, we had a conversation about the importance of narrowing down our search timeline for vehicles potentially coming to and from that residence.
Now, why did you want to go get those right now, as you just said?
Well, we were trying to find Anna Walsh. It was important that we got those devices. It was my understanding from other investigators that Anna used different devices. That was according to Brian, that Anna had utilized multiple devices. Brian had stated to investigators in previous interviews that Anna would use his phone from time to time. She had used it for Uber and Lyft. And then obviously the oldest Walsh's device was important because of this account from the oldest Walsh about Anna fixing his iPad prior to her leaving.
So you have this conversation with Attorney Minor. About how long do you think the conversation was?
5 or so minutes.
And after the conversation, where did you go?
I went to the Walsh residence.
When you arrived at the Walsh residence, who was there?
Brian Walsh.
Was anyone else home at the time?
No, not that I remember. I didn't see anyone else.
And what happened when you got to the Walsh residence? What can you just tell us what's your interaction with Mr. Walsh when you got there?
Yes, I pulled in, went up to the front door, knocked. I was encountered by Mr. Walsh. I introduced myself. I had not met him previously. He invited me in. I stepped off to the left, which would have been in the kitchen area, dining area, just to my immediate left. I said, I just spoke with Attorney Minor. Did you know that I was coming? He said, yes. I said, I'm here to retrieve these devices.
And what was his demeanor like when you were speaking with him that night on January 6th?
Very cooperative, cordial, helpful.
And so you said that you were there. What devices did you think you were going there to retrieve?
His cell phone and his son's iPad mini.
Oh. So why did Buchanan write in his report that everything was regarding every device produced in human history that was in the Walsh's household? If even Lieutenant Fanning says, I was just there for 2 devices. It's because Buchanan is full of shit and he will lie to get away with misconduct.
And so, you told him that did you tell him what devices you were looking for when you arrived?
Yes.
And so what happened after you told him about the devices you were looking for?
He went off to my left, past the kitchen into kind of a living room area. There's also a desk in that area, and very quickly came back with the iPad mini that he said was his oldest son's.
And did he produce anything else besides the iPad mini at this point in time?
He gave me a cell phone.
And after you got those two devices, what happens?
He then said that he wanted to go find another device that his kids access. I said, okay, he thought it would be helpful. At that time, he went to my right, which was into kind of an open, I don't know how to describe it, open room where the dog cage kennel was, and there was a flight of steps that went up to another room. He went out of view that way, and shortly thereafter returned with another iPad with a cracked screen.
Somehow, I don't believe Mr. Fanning here. When he voluntarily, this is now after the fact. Oh, we have to invent something. Let's have him collect it himself and give it over voluntarily. Because I guess Mr. Fanning didn't have his body cam on him.
And did he say anything when he gave you the second iPad?
He just said, my kids use this. It may, it might be helpful to you.
What did you say after he gave you the second iPad?
We had just confirmed the passwords. He had told me the password to his cell phone, and he confirmed the passwords on the two other devices, as the kids predominantly use those, and I wrote them down.
And so after you received the passwords, what happened as far as your conversation with Mr. Walsh?
I told him we're going to try to return them as soon as possible. I appreciate him cooperating, and I left the residence.
And so once you left the residence, where did you immediately go to?
My vehicle.
And when you got to your vehicle, what did you do with any of the devices?
I put the two iPads on my passenger seat. I had Brian Walsh's phone in my hand. I checked the password that he gave me to unlock it. It would be normal for me in most situations to put the device into airplane mode to preserve data. In this case, I don't recall putting it into airplane mode because if Anna had tried to reach out, the device wouldn't work. I also went into the text app just to see the last communication with Anna Walsh, the time, which really is just like a timestamp. It could say today, yesterday, or it would go back in time with dates. Then I relocked the phone knowing that I had the correct password and put it back on top of the two iPads.
And once you did that, where did you go?
I went back to the command post.
And so when you got to the command post, Lieutenant, what did you do as far as handling who did you give these devices to?
Trooper Connor Keefe.
Why'd you give them to Trooper Connor Keefe?
Trooper Keefe is one of our forensics examiners. So he was there waiting, and I was arranging for him to take them back to our Canton office for download.
Do you have an idea of when you gave these to Trooper Keefe?
It was immediately following coming back from the Walsh residence.
And so did you give Trooper Keefe any commands at this point in time as far as what to do with these devices?
I gave him the three devices kind of stacked up on top of one another with a piece of paper with the passwords. And I told him, you have consent to download the data and analyze the data of the phone from December 25th until the present.
And did you give him anything else besides those three devices and the piece of paper with the passwords?
Yeah,
no.
They are blaming the dad now all of a sudden.
Conversations with Attorney Minor.
I do not recall any conversations on the 6th.
So do you know when those devices were returned to Mr. Walsh?
The afternoon, approximately 1:30 on January 7th.
Now, later that afternoon, were any of the troopers assigned to your detective unit dispatched to the area of Swampscott?
We're talking January 7th.
January 7th, yes.
Yes, they were.
Okay. And to be clear, we're talking about Saturday, January 7th. Who was dispatched to that area of Swampscott?
At approximately 4 p.m., I dispatched Trooper Kakowski, Sergeant Panazelis, Trooper Gobranson, and Trooper Sullivan.
Where did you send Trooper Kakowski?
CVS in Swampscott.
Why did you send him to CVS in Swampscott?
Because Brian Walsh had told Trooper DeChico and Detective Schmidt that he had went there when he visited his mother.
Is any of this on camera, Mr. Fanning? Is any of this recorded, Mr. Fanning? Was any of this in any contemporaneous reports, Mr. Fanning? We will get the answer soon.
And where did you send the other 3 troopers, Gulbranson, Sullivan, and Pantazelis?
Whole Foods in Swampscott.
Why did you send them to Whole Foods in Swampscott?
Because the defendant said that he had went there when he went up to his mother's residence.
And so why are you sending troopers to these locations that the defendant said he was at?
To confirm if he went there.
And so that was done, those troopers were dispatched on Saturday, January 7th at approximately what time?
Between 4 and 5 p.m.
And that time frame, when was it that you heard back from Trooper Bukowski about the CVS in Swampscott?
I'd say somewhere in the 6 to 7 p.m. range. I can't recall the exact time.
And what was it Trooper Bukowski able to confirm as far as the defendant entering the CVS in Swampscott?
He was not there.
And was Trooper Bukowski dispatched to another CVS at this point in time?
Yes.
Which one?
I don't recall exactly. And that wasn't at my direction. That was something he did on his own, which would be normal for investigators.
And did you receive knowledge from Trooper Bukowski if he had discovered the defendant on video of another CVS to confirm his timeline?
Yes, and he did not see Brian Walsh at the other CVS.
Now, going to Whole Foods, who was sent to Whole Foods?
Sergeant Pantazelis and Troopers Sullivan and Gulbranson.
And what were they able to discover as far as confirming the defendant's location at Whole Foods as he related to Trooper DeChico?
He did not go there either.
And about what time were they at Whole Foods to discover this?
Somewhere after 5 p.m. on the 7th.
Now, when were you ever notified about the contents of the devices that were given to Trooper Keith on the 6th?
Around 6 p.m. on the 7th.
And who notified you as far as the contents of any of the devices?
Trooper Nick Guarino.
And who is Trooper Guarino in your detectives unit?
He's also a forensics examiner.
These two, Guarino and Fanning, if I remember correctly, are the 2 people who missed 34,000 messages between Sandra Birchmore and her alleged killer. Who in those messages, it's clear that he groomed Sandra from age 13, had her virginity still as a minor, kept her as a sex toy for years until she got pregnant, and then allegedly he killed her. 34,000 messages missed by Fanning and Guarino. Why? Because the alleged killer is a cop. Do you trust them telling the truth here?
And how did he notify you?
He called me.
And what did he say when he called you?
He said, I found something in the search history. And that's interesting. I said, well, what was it? And it was numerous searches about dismembering a body, how to embalm a body, how to get rid of a body, numerous searches related to that, another search related to divorce.
And so after he notified you of that, did he communicate to you and other troopers what he had found?
Yes.
How so?
He sent an email.
And as far as analyzing the iPad mini, what was your understanding as further analyzation of the iPad mini at this point in time?
We were going to stop.
And what was going to be done as far as the iPad mini after stopping?
We were going
to data we're talking about.
Yes, we had stopped, and we were going to obtain a search warrant to seize that device.
There it is, folks. The number one reason why I can definitely say these officers who testified are lying sacks of shit. Because if they have the consent they claim they have, they don't need the search warrant. They don't need to stop for the search warrant. They can just say, through a consented search, we found this. So now we want to keep the devices longer. But no, that's not what happened. They found information that was really damning towards Mr. Walsh. They didn't expect to find it. Just like Trooper Proctor was searching for nudes without a warrant. They were searching for, oh, we need to find Anna. And they searched where they didn't have consent to search. They found damning, and everything after that is an afterthought. Oh shit, we fucked up. We have to. We need a warrant. Why would you need a warrant when you claim you already had consent to downloading everything on the phone? Because you never had consent to download and search everything on the devices.
So to seize that device. Now, where did you believe the device was located on the evening of January 7th?
It was back at the home.
And so what was done as far as trying to obtain a search warrant for the home?
We started writing one on the evening of January 7th.
And was one obtained?
Yes.
When was that search warrant executed?
Between 8 and 9 a.m. on January 8th.
Now, were you there when it was executed?
I was.
So when the search warrant was executed, who was home at the Walsh residence?
Brian Walsh, his mother Diane, the 3 children, and their dog.
And after the
this cross-examination will be fire.
I did. Once we secured the scene, I called Attorney Minor and notified her that we were executing a search warrant at the Walsh residence. She told me that she was headed there and she'd be there shortly.
And how long after that did it take for her to arrive?
I'd say 15 minutes or so.
And once she arrived, what happened? Did you have any further contact with Attorney Minor?
We spoke in the driveway. I handed her a copy of the search warrant, and I told her we're searching the residence. Do you have a place for the Walsh family to go? Which she replied she did. And we arranged for her and the Walshes to leave to go to Attorney Minor's house in Situate.
Now, after that interaction with Attorney Minor, did you have any further interaction on Sunday, January 8th with Attorney Minor?
I did.
When was that?
When we went to arrest Brian Walsh.
And where was that?
At her residence.
And what was the contact you had with Attorney Minor at this point in time?
She met us right out front. She actually came out before we got to the door. And I asked where Brian was. She said in the house. I said, we need to go talk to Brian right now. And she said, well, he's not going to say anything. I said, that's fine, but we need to find him right away. We walked right in. Dining room was right off to the left. Brian Walsh was standing there, and we placed him under arrest.
Now, Lieutenant, understanding you had the opportunity to have your communications with Trooper Guarino on the evening of Saturday, January 7th. Had you not had the conversations for Trooper Guarino on Saturday, January 7th, what would the State Police Detective Unit been doing to obtain a search warrant for the residence of Mr. Walsh that evening?
Had I not had that conversation with Trooper Guarino?
Yes.
At that point, the information came all at the same time, I would say. But the issue that we were having is regardless of the search history, we were still misled by Brian Walsh. And the information that he gave us, we spent time and resources going up to confirm his information. I think had we not known that information of the searches, we still would have written a search warrant for the house, less physiological fluid and instruments of the crime.
What information did you have as far as ransom emails at this point in time?
We had received an email, it was on the morning of the 7th, meaning we coerced the police from a Richard Walker requesting a ransom. And that stating basically that he had Anna Walsh and was requesting a certain amount of money for her to be returned.
And where was the last place Anna Walsh had been seen prior to her disappearance, to your knowledge, on the evening of January 7th?
Inside the home on January 1st.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Oh, normal speed. I want to hear this in normal speed, the cross-examination.
Lieutenant, have you reviewed the transcripts of the interviews of Mr. Walsh conducted by Cohasset Police and Massachusetts State Police on January 4th, January 5th, January 7th?
I would say I've, not directly the transcripts, but I have some understanding of them, sir.
So when you testified here just moments ago that Mr. Walsh, Brian Walsh, told one or more of those people that Anna Walsh had used his phone to contact Lyft or Uber. You remember saying that?
Yes, yes.
Where is that? Where is that in the interviews that I just described of Mr. Walsh?
I do believe I read it. I could be wrong for sure, but I do believe I read it. But I feel like that communicate, at least some type of communication was given to me at that time.
Oh, you lying sack of shit. You weren't prepared for that question, were you? You thought, hey, that's common knowledge. But as it seems, according to the defense, that information isn't in the transcript. So where did you hear it?
Well, was it a communication? But you're not suggesting it was a communication given to you by Mr. Brian Walsh. You're saying a communication by one of your colleagues or somebody. You're not sure.
Correct. And it could have been one of the child's devices. I'm not sure I testified previously if I specifically just said Brian's phone. But that is what I remember.
And when you testify that based on your conclusion or opinion that Mr. Walsh had misled people with regards to where he was, you're relying on what another trooper reported to you based on his review of what?
Video surveillance and also items that he stated he purchased they had asked about.
And have you looked at those, whatever you're referring to, the videos of, say, CVS and Whole Foods?
No.
And did you, before you relied on that information, did you talk to anybody at CVS or Whole Foods to discuss how their cameras are situated, what they view, what they don't view? Did you conduct anything like that?
Not personally, no.
And you are aware of the fact, aren't you, Lieutenant, that when Mr. Walsh was being asked questions about where he went and where he had been on certain days, that he was being asked those questions at his home, and there was distractions going on during those interviews. You're aware of that, correct?
I'm not I wasn't there.
Are you aware of the fact that on the recordings you could hear a dog barking repeatedly?
I didn't hear the recordings, but that would make sense.
And are you aware of the fact that Mr. Walsh specifically told the troopers when he was being, I'm sorry, strike that. Are you aware of the fact that when he was being asked questions on January 4th, he was actually talking and telling them that he was tired and hadn't had sleep and words to that effect?
No.
And in your experience as a state trooper investigating crimes, it's fair to say, isn't it, that when someone is being asked questions about a missing spouse, let's say, the mother of their children, They can be under some stress, correct?
Absolutely.
Now, you also told us that you were the one that went out and retrieved devices on January 6th of 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
And back in January 6th of 2023, you didn't write in a report about that, did you?
I did not.
And then you told us on direct examination today that you remember having a conversation with Attorney Tracy Minor on January 6th, correct?
Yes,
And you didn't write a report about that.
correct.
And
Here we go again. No reports written at the time, because why do that? Because that can be used against when it's time to testify about it. So why write a report contemporaneous with the information? Well, I'll tell you why. Because then you can change what happened. You can write a report years later and make new statements that fit better with evidence or subjects of the sorts. Why have a paper trail when you can sit on the stand and lie?
what you've done in the last week or so is you've written reports regarding those interactions, correct?
Yes, sir.
Over 2 years later is when this asswipe, this mucus from an infected pig's ass crack, over 2 years later, this is when he chooses to write down his reports. That alone should throw every fucking case out. When did you write the report about that interview? Oh, last week. Yeah, but the interview was 2.5 years ago. Yeah. All right, case dismissed. Fuck off. Jesus Christ.
One of the reports that you just wrote a couple of weeks ago, if not a week ago, you dated that the report date is January 6th of 2023, correct?
Yes, when it happened.
No. The title of your report is Interview 2023-112-4-116, report date 01/06/2023.
He backdated a report he wrote a week ago. Folks, on the few occasions a counterpart, when I'm involved in a case, the few occasions people try to present to me a backdated report or backdated anything, I ruin them. I have made companies go bankrupt because of backdated information. If that fucker had tried to do that against me in one of my cases, I own his house, or my client would have owned this fucker's house. You do not backdate anything. It's, as Nikki says, it's illegal, kind of illegal in most cases for legal docs to backdate. Yeah. It makes the entire report false. If I were to present a backdated anything in one of my cases, I would be homeless, and I should be homeless. You don't backdate it, it's fraud. Let's see what his excuse for this is.
Correct.
When you enter those dates on these Massachusetts State Police reports in that particular space, that is supposed to indicate the date the report was written.
It is. I think it's a bit confusing. Sometimes it's the date I'm writing the report. Sometimes it's a newer system that we just had switched over to in the last few years. Sometimes it's the day I write it. Sometimes it's the date of the actual report.
So here's an interesting confession. You're a moron who sometimes you write the date you write the report. Sometimes you write the date of the end. You fucker. Absolute fucktwat.
Well, in fact,
But I usually reflect it in my first sentence, the actual time of the event.
well, in fact, like I just said, you've written no less than 3 reports in the last week or so, reciting what you testified with today.
Yes.
And in 2 of the reports, you put report date, May 7th, 2025, right?
Right.
And in the other report, you put the date of May 15th, 2025.
Correct.
So whether the system changed over the years, the fact is the system has been the same since you started drafting these reports years later about what you recall happened and didn't happen back on January 6th, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things you just told us that when you went,
This fucker thought that if he dates 2 reports correctly as an afterthought, they won't notice that I backdated this one. And they did. They did notice.
to the house on January 6th, that at some point Mr. Walsh then went up and got another iPad, a second iPad, correct?
Yes.
And he told us today on direct examination that he said something to the effect of, my son uses this, maybe it'll be helpful, correct?
Yes.
In the report that you just wrote in the last week or so, you didn't include anything in such a statement, did you?
I'm not sure.
You absolute moron. You're so bad at lying that you don't remember what you put in a report a week ago.
May I approach?
Yes.
Can I just see which one you're referring to?
Yeah, folks, in this case, it's if the evidence shows that Mr. Marsh did something absolutely horrific towards his wife, he should be in prison unless these motherfuckers decided, hey, let's break all the rules. Let's just fuck the Constitution, piss on the Bill of Rights, just go full communist whore on this, and let's just wing it and hope for the best. That conduct is what puts criminals on the street. Another thing that puts criminals on the street are false confessions. When you convict the wrong person and the actual killer is still loose, as in the Zachariah Anderson case, as in the Delphi case, as with many other cases.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Thank you. And I'm just going to show you your report that just ask you questions about. It's has a date on it, January 6th. In fact, you want the first page too.
No, this is good, sir. Got it.
That's the report where you talk about going to the house and Mr. Walsh retrieving a second item, correct?
Yes.
And nowhere in that report does it say anything about him telling you, my son used this, or words to that effect, or maybe it'll be helpful.
Correct.
And it is fair to say, isn't it, that when you went over to the house to pick up the devices, you had been told that you were to pick up 2 devices, correct?
Yes.
one cell phone and one iPad.
Yes,
And that was pursuant to the agreement that was reached between Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beelan and Attorney Tracy Mine, correct?
about 2 devices.
Yes.
I was told to get 2 devices. I'm not sure if the agreement, as I had read it, specifically stated 2 devices.
When you say that agreement, what are you referring to specifically? A written agreement?
The email
Okay.
between Attorney Minor and Attorney Beeland.
So as you sit here today, you don't even have a recollection of whether that email is referred to as the agreement only references Brian Walsh's cell phone and the iPad belonging to the 6-year-old.
Here's the thing, folks. If the agreement says only these 2 devices, it doesn't matter what Mr. Walsh comes down with. Sorry, I don't have that in the agreement. I can't accept that. That is what he should have said. But he didn't. He just, give me, so I can misconduct. Blah.
As I remember, correct. As I remember it, we talked about what data was going to be extracted and what time frame.
No, but I'm asking you specifically about the devices you had been told to go pick up. You were told to go pick up one cell phone and one iPad.
That was my communication, yes.
And you got that communication from Sergeant Buchanan.
Sergeant Buchanan, yes, sir.
You didn't talk to Assistant District Attorney Lynn Beelan, did you? Regarding the agreement and what you were to pick up.
I do not recall specifically, but she was at the command post that night. I just don't recall a specific conversation with her about it.
And when you talked to Attorney Tracy Miner on January 6th, before you retrieved the items, you didn't talk to her about picking up extra items or anything of the sort. You just were talking about one cell phone and one iPad.
Correct.
And it's fair to say, isn't it, that the state of the knowledge of the investigation that you possessed on January 7th of 2023, you had no information whatsoever that the iPad that was purportedly belonging to the 6-year-old had been used in any way to go from one location to another or anything like that, correct?
Just give me a second. I'm trying to process the question here.
You didn't have any information about that second iPad being involved in the locations of either Mr. Walsh or Mrs. Walsh. Which means you should not have accepted it.
On January 7th.
Even with that flawed agreement.
Can you ask it again, sir? I'm sorry.
Restate the question, because I'm not following it. If I can't follow it,
sorry about that.
It's having evidentiary value to me. So why don't we just try that again?
I'll be glad to. I don't think I can follow. My question to you is it based on what you had learned thus far up to January 7th? You had no knowledge that the iPad that you went to pick up on January 6th had been in fact used by Anna Walsh, had you?
Are we talking about the iPad mini or the cracked iPad?
The iPad mini?
Well, we did have information from the oldest Walsh that she had manipulated that device.
Right, but you didn't have any other information other than, quote, the manipulation of the device.
At what time are we talking? In the morning of January 7th? Previous to Trooper Gordon calling me?
Let's start there. Yes. Yes.
No, I did not. No.
And you certainly didn't have any reason to believe that an iPad belonging to a 6-year-old would contain so-called location data or search history or anything like that, did you?
Location data, yes, it could include location data. There was no thought in my mind about search history at that time.
What location data on a
And you say
kid's
it could have
iPad?
location data in it, but you didn't have any specific information about any specific location data that might be in a 6-year-old child's iPad, did you?
No,
And you didn't have any information conveyed to you by anyone about another iPad described as a cracked iPad that you retrieved on January 6th also, correct?
correct.
In fact, when you went there, you weren't even expecting to pick up an iPad, a second iPad, were you?
Correct.
And it's fair to say, isn't it, that the Mass State Police utilizes body cams when they conduct searches, correct?
Yes,
You did so in this case, didn't you?
correct. So we use them until we secure the home, and then we usually deactivate them.
Why the fuck would you deactivate? Secure the home is, hey, everybody out. Now they're out. And then you turn it off? For fuck's sake. That, folks, is insanity. That is a cop or a bunch of cops who knows they are going to do something shitty and they want to get away with it. There's no reason to turn off the body cam after you secure the premises, and because it's getting the people out. Yeah, sure. Out you go. Fuck off. But then you have to document how the search is being done. And you turn the camera off? No. Just no.
And were you wearing a body cam on January 6th when you went to the house to pick up the items?
No,
And you are familiar with Massachusetts State Police consent to search forms, correct?
yes,
And you didn't use one or try to use one or attempt to fill one out before you took the items, the devices, for Mr. Walsh that day on January 6th, did you?
no, we were working together cooperatively to find Anna Walsh, and I was happy that we were working together.
No, but I understand your answer, but you didn't use a consent to search form.
There was already an agreement, so I think it wouldn't have made sense after just talking to Attorney Minor, talking to Sergeant Buchanan, an agreement in writing to then show up with a consent form. I think Attorney Minor would have had a problem with that.
Well, you think that, but my question is simple. You used those consent to search forms. You did not use one in this case.
That's correct.
And those consent to search forms, without belaboring the point, they're used to make sure that what you do when it's looked at later on, that there's evidence that there was in fact a voluntary consent and that whatever parameters of any search that was going to be conducted would be followed, and that the person giving consent understood that.
Yes.
Yeah. Even if there is an agreement between the attorney, Ms. Minor, and the assistant district attorney, that's the attorney's words. You still need the consent from the actual fucking owner. The attorney will help, but it still has to be signed off by the person whose home it is, whose devices it is. This case is pissing me off because we saw this in the Karen Reed case. We know it happened in the Sandra Birchmore case. How many more. And now it seems, good, fuck that, you are letting a probable killer go. Now I don't know what the judge will decide here, but these are grounds for dismissal with prejudice, in my opinion.
That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant, you were asked a
All right,
question
back to
over
1.25.
concerning whether or not you had mentioned that the son might have used the iPad for the police report.
Yes.
Do you have a memory of that paragraph where you mentioned that you were asked about as far as the son using the iPad?
You guys are confusing me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're right there with you.
Do I have a memory of the paragraph? Is the one I just read?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what you mentioned as far as the son using the iPad in that report? Would the report help you out?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
That is so overly leading, because he just said he didn't have an actual recollection.
I'm showing you the report, which has a number of 2003-112-4/116. I want you to take a look at the third paragraph, specifically the second sentence. Go to the third.
Got it.
All right, Lieutenant, did you write the report whether or not the son used the iPad?
I did.
Nothing further.
Any recall?
When did you write it? Yeah,
Step down.
2.5 fucking years later.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I can call my witness.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Connor Keith.
All right, I think this is the. Yeah, we have 40 minutes or so in 1.25 speed. This became a longer stream than I expected, but I can't stop watching this train wreck. Okay, who is
You solemnly
this?
swear or affirm the testimony shall provide in the matter now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God under the pains and penalties of perjury. Please have a seat. And just make sure to keep your voice like mine. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's Babyface. What's his name?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Connor Keefe, K-E-F-E.
And sir, where do you work?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been with Massachusetts State Police?
Almost 8 years.
What is your
Connor Keefe, if I remember correctly, correct me if I'm wrong here. Connor Keefe is the person who was in the medical examiners. He was present during the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe, which the other cop, which I don't remember the name, who said, "Oh, I was there alone." No, that guy was there, apparently. Or if it was the other way around, I don't remember. But he is also involved in the Karen Reed case.
current rank?
Trooper.
Within the state police, you work for a division, a certain unit.
Yes.
What unit?
Currently assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
And do you have any special?
So everybody, more or less everybody who fucked up and tried to pin it on the girl is now working directly under District Attorney Morrissey, assigned to the District Attorney's office. That's interesting.
responsibilities within that unit?
Yes.
What are those?
Digital forensic examiner and cell phone record analyst.
And have you received any training concerning the examination of cell phone or digital devices?
Yes.
Can you tell us kind of briefly what that training has been?
Sure. I have numerous trainings from Cellbite, which is a cell phone forensics company. Also through Berla, which is a motor vehicle forensics company. I have online.
Yeah, but can you say specifically when the Google search "how long to die in cold" was? Because in the case that's just concluded, you claim that or the state claimed that no, those Google searches, those Celebrite, is not reliable. Apparently, when it suits you, it is.
And hands-on training through Magnet, and I have cell phone record analysis training from LexisNexis and the FBI CAS team.
Are you familiar with a company called GrayKey?
Yes.
And have you received any trainings from them?
Yes.
All of these trainings that you mentioned, do they carry certifications?
Yes.
What does it take to get the certifications?
Majority of the time, it's an in-person 40-hour training.
And so, in addition, have you had to take tests in these different disciplines as far as Celebrite and GrayKey?
Yes.
Did you pass those tests?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to ask you some questions as far as your involvement in the disappearance of Anna Walshe.
Yes.
When did you first become involved?
January 5th, 2023.
And how did you become involved?
I was requested by my supervisors to assist with analyzing exigent cell phone records from Verizon.
I'm sorry, was that exigent cell phone records?
Correct.
Okay. And whose number did you believe you were examining?
I believe the number was associated with Anna Walshe.
And when was the last time that number connected with the network?
It was January 2nd, 3:14 a.m.
And do you know where that number connected with the network as far as the tower?
It was in the area of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, Cohasset, Massachusetts.
When were you doing this on January 5th?
Late in the evening.
And so now I want to ask you about January 6th. On January 6th, Friday, when did you arrive in Cohasset, if you remember?
Around 8:30 p.m.
And where were you stationed in Cohasset that day?
During the day, sir?
Yes, sir.
At the CP?
In the CP, that's the command post?
Correct.
All right. Now, did anyone ever give you any digital devices that day?
Yes.
Who gave you digital devices?
Lieutenant John Fanning.
What did he give you as far as devices?
He gave me 3 mobile devices.
And what, you say 3 mobile devices. Can you describe them? Can you tell us what they were?
Yes. One was an iPhone 13 mini, one was an iPad 6 mini, and one was an iPad 6.
And about what time do you think you got these devices from Lieutenant Fanning?
Sometime after 8:30 p.m.
And where did you go once you got these devices?
I went to the digital forensics lab at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in Canton, Massachusetts.
And so you went from Cohasset to Canton at this point in time?
Correct.
And so we're talking about Friday night, January 6th.
Yes.
When you got to the lab, was there anyone else there from your unit to help you?
Yes.
Who was that?
Trooper Nicholas Garino.
So what was your understanding of what you were allowed to do with these 3 devices?
I was told that Brian Walsh and his attorney, Tracy Miner, provided consent to extract and analyze these 3 devices from December 25th, 2022 through January 6th, 2023.
And so how did you begin to do that extraction on these devices?
The first device I extracted was the iPhone 13 mini.
Okay. And so walk me through that. What did you do to extract data from the iPhone 13 mini?
Sure. So in the digital forensics lab, used GrayKey, which is a forensic machine. We use specialized forensic hardware and software. You will have this GrayKey software program running on a forensic computer. You'll plug the device into the GrayKey hardware machine, and then the extraction process will begin.
And why didn't you just do all 3 at once?
We are limited to one GrayKey forensic machine in the lab.
And how long does it take for GrayKey to get the data from the device?
Could be hours.
That night, do you know when you began the extraction from the iPhone 13 mini?
Approximately 9:30 p.m.
And do you know when that extraction was completed?
I believe 12:28 a.m. on January 7th.
Okay, so that took approximately 3 hours-ish?
Yes, sir.
After that data was extracted from that device, the iPhone 13 mini, what did you do next?
The next device I performed the forensic extraction on was the iPad 6 mini.
The iPad 6.
Yeah, so it seems like this guy only did what the others told him to do. So he has not much to do with the actual consent. He's just there to talk about what he found. My guess is that.
And did you wait until that was completed?
No.
What did you do?
I went home.
Okay. When was the data finally extracted from that device, if you remember?
I recall about 1:30 a.m.
Okay.
On the 7th.
And you weren't there when it was completed?
No, sir.
When did you return back to the digital forensics lab in Canton to continue your work?
Approximately 10:30 a.m. on the 7th.
Was Trooper Guarino with you at this point in time?
No, he was not.
What did you do next?
Next, I conducted the extraction on the iPad 6.
And when did you begin that?
About 10:50 a.m.
And when was that extraction completed?
Just before 11:30 a.m.
Now, once the data has been extracted from the 3 devices, what do you do with the data?
All the data has to be, so once the data is extracted, it is placed on the forensic server from the Gray Key software.
So how long does it take to get from the Gray Key software into the server?
Again, it could take hours depending on how large the extraction is, how much data there is.
And is this one at a time, or can you do all 3 at once?
We tend to do one at a time.
When did Trooper Guarino arrive on January 7th, that Saturday?
About 3 p.m.
And so did you have any difficulties getting the data from Gray Key into the server?
No.
All right, so the data's in the server. Now what do you do with the data?
In order to read the data, we use a program called Cellbrite Physical Analyzer.
And so how long does it take to get the data from the server to be read by the Cellbrite program?
Again, it could take hours.
And so that day, when were you finally able to start looking at data from any of the devices?
Approximately 5 p.m. on January 7th.
When Gray Key completes extracting data from a device, what is created from Gray Key as far as a report?
There's a Gray Key progress report.
And did Gray Key create progress reports for these devices?
Yes.
And have you reviewed those progress reports prior to today?
Yes.
And did they accurate to your understanding of how Gray Key works and what the device did as far as pulling the data?
Yes.
Your Honor, I apologize, but I think you have my only undoctored copies of the 3 Gray Key reports in the binder, and I was going to seek to mark those as the next exhibits. But if there's no objection from counsel, I think we can just move right along. So,
Okay, we'll move along then.
thank you, Your Honor. I'd ask that those next 3 reports from Gray Key be marked as the next 3 exhibits. And I lost my chart, but I believe that would put us at
16, 17.
Thank you, Ms. Washington.
All right, so they're in evidence at 16, 17, and 18. And at some point, I know soon, not today, soon, like tomorrow morning,
Yes.
you're going to have a conversion chart for me.
You are right, Your Honor. We will do that.
All right.
Thank you. And I apologize for the confusion. What device did you have the opportunity to review? What data from what device did you have the opportunity to review?
The iPhone 13 mini.
Where were you reviewing this data from the iPhone 13 mini at the office in Canton?
I was on the first floor in the forensic lab.
Where was Trooper Guarino at this point in time?
He was on the second floor in the main office area.
And did one of you start before the other, or was it around the same time?
It was around the same time.
What device's data was he reviewing that night?
The iPad 6 mini.
Now, what did you notice when reviewing the iPhone 13 mini as far as the device being unlocked between January 1st and 2nd?
I noticed there were 4 unlocks between that time frame.
When you're looking at the Cellbrite program, can you just describe for us what does the Cellbrite reader look like when you're looking at it?
So Cellbrite Physical Analyzer, it's an interactive, so it parses the data into a readable format. It parses it out into calls, contacts, messages, web history, locations, stuff of that nature.
And so what part of the Cellbrite program were you looking at as far as analyzing the data?
I went to the timeline view.
All right, what's the timeline view show you?
Timeline view gives you the ability, it shows you all device activity from the whole device.
And so what did you do as far as confining the amount, the time in the timeline that you're looking at?
I condensed the timeline down to January 25th, 2022 to January 6th, 2023.
And so
January 26th? January 6th.
January 6th, December 25th, 2022 to January 6th, 2023.
Got it.
Mr. Ron.
Thank you, Isabel. Thank you
And
so much.
Why didn't you go to December 24th of 2022?
That was outside the consent agreement.
And so when you're looking at this timeline function and you confine it to that area, what access do you have to data before the 25th of December?
None.
So again, you're looking at the timeline feature. And why do you choose to look at the timeline feature?
Because that will narrow down or condense the amount of data in which I am looking at.
Now, while you were looking at the timeline for the iPhone 13 mini that night, did anyone interrupt you?
Yes.
Who?
Trooper David Chico.
And what did Trooper DeChico ask of you?
Trooper DeChico informed me that he conducted an interview earlier in the day on January 7th, and Brian Walsh stated that on January 2nd, the only place he went to was Press Juice Bar in Norwell, Massachusetts.
And so After hearing that from Trooper DeChico, was there anything? Did he ask you to do anything?
He asked me to confirm or corroborate if there was any location data associated with that.
So this is on.
That's not what the others said. That's different from what the others said. Did they not talk to each other to agree on which lie they were going to say on the stand, or is this one of you guys they didn't tell? Yeah, weird.
January 7th. You're looking at the timeline data and you're talking to Trooper DeChico.
Yes.
And what do you discover as far as location data on January 7th?
So prior to that, after Trooper DeChico told me, through the timeline application within Cellbrite, I filtered out all data but native location data within January 1st to January 6th.
Okay.
And from then, I started my analysis for January 2nd.
What is native location data in cell phone analysis?
Native location data is embedded in the Apple iOS operating system. It can come from a number of different things: Bluetooth, satellites, GPS, Wi-Fi, a number of different things.
And how is the device doing that?
The device constantly communicates with different technologies.
Now, you've confined the location data, the native location data from January 1 to January 6th. And you're looking at what time frame now?
The whole time frame.
And did you have any further conversation with Trooper DeChico about what you're seeing on January 2nd?
Yes.
What did you say?
Approximately 4:15 p.m., January 2nd, 2023. The device is in the area of Home Depot in Rockland, Massachusetts.
Now, do you talk any further with Trooper DeChico at this point in the evening?
Not that I recall.
Did this alleged conversation with Trooper DeCunto, was that recorded? I would say to that, fuck no.
Have any conversations after that with Trooper Guarino?
Yes.
And when was it that Trooper Guarino talked to you that night?
Approximately 6:30 p.m.
And what was it that Trooper Guarino approached you about?
He had found some concerning searches on the device that he was analyzing.
And he was looking at the iPad Mini 6?
Correct.
The one without the crack screen?
Yes.
Okay. And what was it that now he tells you this? Do you do anything to look at the data that he's talking to you about?
No.
Okay. So what did he tell you about?
He told me there was a number of concerning searches that occurred on the iPad.
So what was done as far as any further searching of the iPad 6 Mini?
To my knowledge, Trooper Guarino, he had stopped his analysis and informed the supervisors.
Now, with what you were looking at,
if he had this consent that they claim they had, he doesn't need to stop. So why did he stop? Because he knew and he needed a search warrant. He knew that they were outside of the scope of the agreement. That he knew. Oh fuck! I found something that I wasn't expected. I fucked up. That is what Trooper, what's his face? Bat Poo. Yeah.
Which was the iPhone 13. Did you stop your analysis as far as the work you were doing on the iPhone 13?
No.
So on the iPhone 13, did you have the opportunity to do any further analysis as far as native location data on that device?
Yes.
When did you do that?
January 8th.
And what were you analyzing as far as native location data for the iPhone 13 device on January
8th? January 1st through January 6th.
And in reviewing that data, did you notify any troopers to go anywhere?
Yes.
Who did you call?
I called Lieutenant Fanning, I believe.
Okay. And where did you want to send troopers to?
The Claremont Apartments in Abington, the Point Apartment Complex in Abington, and Chatham West in Brockton, Massachusetts.
And why did you want to send troopers to those locations on January 8th?
Because at that time, it was still a critical incident. And Anna Walsh was missing, still missing at that time. And we wanted to try and locate her.
And why those apartment complexes?
Put her on to see if she might have went there, or...
Well, how do you know, like, is the phone telling you that it's those locations? Why are those locations significant? How do you know to go to those? How do you know to send troopers to those locations?
In order to collect surveillance, see if anyone had seen her or...
Sure, I understand that's the why.
What? Massachusetts state troopers collecting surveillance video? No, they don't do that. We know that from the Karen Reed case. There's no need to collect any surveillance video. We know what happened, so we don't need to confirm it. Twats.
I guess the question is the how. So what is it that you saw in the phone that said go there?
GPS points or native location points within those different areas.
Oh,
Do you solemnly swear or affirm this?
what happened? Okay, this is law and crime that made that jump.
You shall provide in the matter now and herein shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God under the pains and penalties of perjury. Please have a seat. Just make sure to sit nice and close that microphone and keep your voice up.
What the fuck is this? And why can't he walk? Sir, you need to pull the plug out of your ass before you go testify.
Keep your voice like that. Thank you.
You still?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, Nicholas Guarino, Guarino.
Oh! It's that fucker. No worries, he walks like he just had this giant butt plug. No wonder he walks like that, because I guess because he's so used to fucking everybody over, he asks to be fucked over before he testifies. He was hit by a car. I don't know. I don't care.
And, sir, where do you work?
For the Massachusetts State Police at the Norfolk.
I don't know why they cut out the rest of Mr. Keefe's testimony. I don't know. I don't know. That's a bummer. I wanted to listen to the rest of it. Okay. Trooper couldn't find 34 bit. This is what I call him. Oh, wrong spelling. So this is Trooper Guarino, or as I affectionately call him, couldn't find 34,000 texts between Sandra Birchmore and her groomer cop rapist. I think that's fair, isn't it? This stream is folks, this stream is already demonetized. I don't give a fuck.
County District Attorney's Office.
How long have you been with the Massachusetts State Police?
About 10 years now.
And how long have you been attached to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office?
November 2019, so about 5 years, 6.
And I take it that you're currently a trooper then?
Yes, it is.
Within that unit attached to the District Attorney's Office, do you have any specific responsibilities?
Yes.
What are those, sir?
I'm a forensics investigator doing cell phone and computer forensics, and also a sexual assault investigator.
And what training have you had as far as digital forensics? Just kind of a brief overview.
Numerous.
For you who just joined and are shocked by my language and use of words, welcome to Legal Snark. And this is what you get when you get here, especially after 5 hours of listening to lying sacks of shit cops.
Trainings through Cellbrite, Magnet Axiom, Berlin Motor Vehicle Forensics, great key training, all that.
Including Cellbrite?
Yes, sir.
Now, when did you become involved into the investigation concerning the disappearance of Anna Walsh?
It's just half an hour.
The night of January 6, 2023.
And you say the night, so that would have been Friday night, January 26th, January 6th of 2023?
Yes, that's correct.
And where did you go to begin your work into this case?
To the Norfolk County DA's office.
And within the Norfolk County DA's office, is there a specific place where you were able to do your work?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell me about where's that located?
Yeah, so on the first floor, we have a digital forensics lab.
Yes, sir.
Where we have specialized hardware and software computer systems to extract digital devices.
And who did you meet there that night when you were working on this matter?
Trooper Connor Keefe.
And what did the two of you do that evening as far as working on this matter?
So we were provided 3 devices to be extracted and examined at some point.
And that night, about what time do you think you left the district attorney's office?
It would have been 12:45 on, technically it would have been the 7th of January.
And had you finished downloading all the devices?
No.
And forgive me, I just want to make sure I get this right. What are you doing with the devices on the 6th?
So each device has to be plugged into whatever we're using to extract the software, excuse me, the data. So for this one, we use Great Key for the devices.
Okay. And so had you completed all the devices that night?
No, the first had been completed, and then the second one had started. And once we knew that it was pulling the information correctly, I left for the night.
And when did you return to work on this matter?
This would have been January 7th. I got to the office probably around 2:45, 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
And when you got to the office, sir, what was the status as far as the devices having the data pulled from them?
The third device had been pulled, I believe, that morning, and they had been returned prior to my arrival to the office.
So the devices weren't there at this point in time?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So what do you do now that the data's been pulled from the devices?
So they have to be downloaded from Great Key, and then once downloaded, they go onto our server. Once there, we have to open them in either Cellbrite or Magnet.
So this is just him testifying that he actually can find stuff on devices.
That day, what program did you? Well, so
which means that it wasn't. This tells me when he talks about this, how professional he is, how good he is at his job. That tells me that the 34,000 messages between Sandra Birchmore and her grooming cop rapist, that was intentional, in my opinion.
You got there at, say, 3 o'clock. What step in the process are you as far as analyzing the data?
I have to download it from the server, from Great Key, and then from the server, from the DA's office server, we have to open it into Cellbrite or, like I said, Axiom, to have that data viewable. That's what the programs make that data viewable.
Okay. And so which program did you use to view the data of the devices on January 7th?
I only looked at one device. It was the iPad Mini 6. I used Cellbrite.
And were there any parameters on what you were allowed to look at as far as the iPad Mini?
Yes, there was a date range that was given to us for December 25th, 2022 to what would have been the 6th when we extracted the information.
And when did you start looking at the data from the iPad Mini?
It would take about an hour or so to download the information from Great Key, and then another couple hours to open it. So it was probably closer to 5 o'clock that afternoon or evening.
And to be specific, there were 2 iPads that were turned over. This is an iPad without a cracked screen. It's an iPad Mini 6. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So where were you in the office when you were looking at this data from the iPad Mini 6?
The second floor forensic computer by my desk.
And where is Trooper Keith in relation to you when you're doing this?
He had gone downstairs to the other forensic computer down in the digital forensics lab.
And what did you do as far as beginning your search or analysis of this data?
Once it opened in Cellbrite?
Yes, sir.
So once it opened in Cellbrite, would have looked at the timeline view. So I loaded timeline and filtered by the date range that was given.
Oh, Will Call Magic is here. Hi. Asks Mama Walsh, who has no parental guidance, and don't they have specially trained people to interview minors? We went through this 3.5 hours ago. And apparently, Massachusetts State Police have people who are specifically trained to interview minors. Instead, they chose Trooper Bukaki to conduct the interview without recording it. folks, over here where I am in Sweden, I think the rules changed 30 or 40 years ago, that minors can only be interviewed by people with special training, special education, so that they don't influence answers from the minor. So that if you have a biased motherfucker like Trooper Bukaki, they can't elicit false answers from minors, because minors are sadly very, very easy to get them to say something that they might not mean or might not be true. Because in this specific case, in the Brian Walshe case, that minor, 6 years old, sat with his grandma, an authority figure, and in front of Trooper Bukaki, another authority figure. And this is what happens, what kids do with authority near them. They want to please that authority. And that in itself is why that interview, whatever that kid said, should be thrown out. Because, in my opinion, as Trooper Bukaki explained how the interview went, he elicited the answers he wanted. And since we don't have a recording of it, to my knowledge at least, there's no way of telling if the kid actually did what was said, or if Trooper Bukaki just went up on the stand and lied. We don't know. All right, back to fart face over here.
Now, why do you use the timeline view?
Multiple reasons. It's the easiest way to pare down the data by date range, and it gives a comprehensive list of how the devices interacted from the 25th to the 6th, as told.
Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, they are very suggestible.
Through this data and timeline range.
So it has every device interaction, what's been done with it. Started seeing searches on the 27th of December for best place to get divorced, worst place to get divorced, best states for divorce.
And after the 27th, did you notice anything further that caught your attention when you were analyzing the data of this device?
Yes. The morning of the 1st, approximately 4:55 a.m., began seeing searches of how to dispose of a body.
And after starting to see these searches, what did you do?
So I went through the information, the data, probably up to about the 2nd, and I saw numerous searches about body disposal, removal of smell, acid dump, cadaver dogs at the dump, and I contacted, I went downstairs and contacted Trooper Keefe to tell him what I'd found search-wise.
Okay. And after speaking with Trooper Keefe, what did you do?
I contacted Detective Lieutenant Tully and advised him of the search item.
And there it is, the infamous name of Lieutenant Tully. Lieutenant Tully is the smart one of the bunch, because rarely he gets caught in lies, outright lies. He always has somebody to blame.
I found.
Who was Detective Lieutenant Tully in relation to your unit, the state police?
He was in charge of the unit at the time.
And who was the executive officer?
Trooper John Fane. Lieutenant John Fane.
Lieutenant John Fane. And so you call Detective Lieutenant Tully, and what do you decide to do as far as your analysis of the data at this point in time after speaking with Detective Lieutenant Tully?
Yeah, so I took that information from the searches. I created a PDF and emailed it out, and stopped looking at the data on the iPad mini after that.
Okay.
And why did you do that when everybody claims you had consent to go through it all? Well, all of a sudden, everybody decided, now we need a search warrant. Now we need a proper warrant. That, again, I said this a few times during this stream, and I will say it again. That is what shows me they knew they didn't have consent for these searches. They didn't expect to find this, so they did it anyway. Just like Trooper Proctor and the nudes. They just, hey, let's search it. What's the harm? And then they searched, and then they found something damning, and they all collectively said, oh, fuck. We need a search warrant, and we need to get our story straight.
You said you emailed it out?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
May.
Thank you, Your Honor. Halfway there, sorry. True, you recognize that email you sent to?
Yes.
Is that the email that you sent out to the members of the detective unit that night after seeing the data?
Yes, that's correct.
And what time did that email go out?
6:25 p.m.
On what day, sir?
Sorry, January 7th, 2023.
Thank you. Your Honor, this has already been marked as an exhibit within the book, and I believe I have that number right here for you, Your Honor. It is Exhibit 17.
Can I ask a question for clarification? It's Exhibit 17.
Yes, Your Honor.
At some point in time in the pleadings, I believe, I saw what I thought at the time was, based on what I knew of the evidence, what I thought was an incorrect date with regard to the searches of, call them the best place to get divorced. I believe in some of the pleadings, I think it was the defense's pleadings, I'm not sure, it could be the prosecution's pleadings, that the date of that is listed in January. And that I remember reading it and thinking that's not consistent with what I thought the state of the evidence is. This witness has just testified that he started seeing searches on the 27th of December of 2022, which is correct. Is there any dispute about this?
No, and I would just like to say that it wasn't my mistake because we didn't discuss divorce stuff, so I'm happy to say that everything.
It was well, now that you've got me curious, it was in a list.
This is a good judge. This is a really good judge.
I thought it actually was in the defense's paper, just so that if you.
Judge, I don't mean to interrupt, but if you're referring to one of our exhibits, that was the exhibit produced at the grand jury by one Michael Proctor. So if there's
It's actually, I'm not referring to that, counsel.
Michael fucking Proctor.
I'm referring to page 3 of your memorandum in support of your motion to suppress the search warrants. And on that, it says, A, best state to divorce for a man, 1/27/23 at 9:54:13 p.m.
Yeah, Your Honor, that was mine, and that must have been a
All right,
clerical error.
I'm just trying to get the accurate data.
Your Honor, I think I can help counsel. Oh, thank you. Because it is a typographical error in one of the search warrants.
That's fine.
And I believe that that's how counsel got it. And so I see where it comes from. It's from a typographical error within one of the warrants. You picked up on it quicker than we did.
Well, because the data is new to me and it's old to you, so you gloss over it, which is totally normal. I don't know anything about this case other than what you teach me.
Your Honor, I apologize. On page 3, that was a cut and paste from the warrant, just to show the court exactly what was put in. But we agree it's 12/27.
I totally understand all of that. I just wanted to make sure that I have the right information.
And Your Honor, we all agree it's 12.7.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So you said it was we're looking at number 17?
Yes, Your Honor.
And for some reason I can't find that. Oh, here it is.
This is a good judge, folks. Hopefully she will get the right decision regarding this motion to suppress. I haven't seen the decision yet.
All right, so this email says something different than what we just discussed, but I guess the underlying records will tell the dates, whether it was the 27th or the 28th. Exhibit 17, I see. All right, sorry to interrupt. Are you done with this witness?
Oh, no, I have a few more questions, Your Honor.
All right, you go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach the virtual counsel?
Yes.
Thank you. Trooper, I'm showing you a Celebrate document, and for the record, it's marked as Exhibit 18 in the binder, Your Honor. Trooper, do you recognize the Celebrate document?
Yes.
What is the Celebrate document?
This is the searches. This is the web history search, web history from the Apple iPad Mini.
And so this is what you're alerting the other troopers to in your email?
Yes. This is
Sorry, bless you. So
Commonwealth, what exhibit? Because it's not on the list. Is this 18?
18?
So it's a new exhibit.
The correct date for that search allegedly is December 27th, 2022.
So,
as I interpret it.
you sent this email out, you had a conversation with your unit commander. What do you decide to do as far as further analysis of the data from the iPad 6 mini?
Again, due to the searches and speaking with my commander, I stopped looking at the data.
And what was your next steps as far as working on, what was your next decision on what you wanted to do as far as any further analysis on this, or to get your hands on this device?
We need to work in search warrant for the home, the devices were there to get them again and re-image them, post a search warrant for the devices that we get.
So you said a search warrant for the home. Were you present for a search warrant of the Walshe home in Cohasset?
Yes, I was.
And when was that, sir?
Sunday, January 8th in the morning.
And what was seized from the home as far as devices that morning?
There was 3 MacBooks, the iPhone 13 mini, the iPad 6 mini, the iPad 6 with the cracked screen, another iPad that I don't remember the exact model number of, and an iPhone SE.
Your Honor, just 1 moment.
So they used the searches, in my opinion, illegal searches of the devices they shouldn't have conducted these searches on. So they used these searches to get a search warrant for the rest of it. Fruit of the poisonous tree, in my opinion.
Just one last question. On that report it just showed you, was that in UTC time?
The web history search?
Yes, sir.
Yes, that's correct.
And so what would need to be done, what do you need to do to UTC time to understand what time that search would be conducted in the East Coast in, say, January 2023?
Due to daylight savings, it would be minus 5 hours of time that's listed.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination. Let's go to normal speed.
What's that, sir?
Why did you stop?
The searches, the data. To me, the searches that I saw looked like something more than a missing person.
So what? So fucking what? The entire team here claims you had consent to do this. There's no need to stop if you have consent.
You told us just now on direct examination that you spent about an hour to transfer the extracted data, correct? Once it's off the great key?
Yes, that's correct. It has to download from their server.
And then it took about 2 hours just to upload it and to celebrate physical analyze it?
Yeah, give or take, sir.
And then you started your analysis about 5 p.m.
Approximately, yes.
Okay. And it's fair to say that then it's about an hour later, after you've been looking at the data, that's when you began to see these search histories that caused you some concern.
That's correct, sir.
And then it wasn't until about 20 or 30 minutes later, based on that email that's exhibited, that's been admitted, that you then stopped and emailed.
I had stopped prior, but I had to export the information, that web stuff, so that takes time, and then put it into the email.
So it's fair to say then that you've spent about an hour from 5 to say approximately 6, approximately 5 to approximately 6, looking at the data.
Yes, that's correct.
And you spent about an hour looking at, for instance, the search history data.
It was in the timeline, yes.
Yes, and so it took you an hour to scroll through and look at that data before you even came upon these suspicious searches.
Yes, that's correct.
So it wasn't that when you opened up the timeline feature and then put in the time parameters that suddenly these suspicious search histories popped up and you looked at them and recognized them as, in your opinion, suspicious. You had to scroll through hundreds of search history data before you even got to it, correct?
Yes. There was numerous bits of information in that data, so it's everything that was on the device, how it was utilized. So I believe it was like 190,000 different entries of data.
And you would agree with me, wouldn't you, Trooper Marino, that if you had been instructed that the parameter was limited to communications, you wouldn't have been looking at that search data, scrolling through it for an hour, would you?
No, I would have.
Even
What?
though you were given parameters of communications only?
I wasn't given that parameter.
No, I
understand. Yeah.
I probably was confused. I apologize. If you were given strict parameters that you were only to look for communications, and there was no indication of search history or location data or anything of the sort, you wouldn't have been scrolling for an hour through that search history, would you?
It would depend. Multiple ways to have communications on a device. Like a web chat feature.
Yeah, but not Google history.
Regular calls, texts. But the app data also has, like Snapchat, loads differently. So there's multiple ways to find only the communication data.
Right, and once again, Celebrite Physical Analyzer has all these categories you can check off, correct?
Yes.
Regarding communications, correct?
That is correct.
But you didn't check off any of those because you didn't know, you didn't believe, you were told that there were in fact parameters.
The parameters I was told was the date range, and that communications prior to the 25th were privileged because there may have been attorney-client privileged items.
And when you just now refer to app data, it's fair to say that isn't it that what you were using, the Celebrite Physical Analyzer, actually segregates, can pull out app data separately and inform the entity. Here's app data. You can look at this as app data.
Again, it would depend on the app.
No. Celebrite have fuckload of app data, search history, text communication, phone call, bunch of categories. If he was given parameters, these are only communication data. Those are the only ones you leave checked. And then you only search through those. Not through the content, but the actual data. And here he is trying to explain, no, not necessarily. I might have found it. No. And this is why I believe Trooper Guarano missed 34,000 messages between Sandra Birchmore. Actually, I believe he didn't miss them. I believe he saw them and ignored them because he was not supposed to. But here, look through everything even though we don't have the actual consent. We will fix it later with an after-the-fact search warrant.
So just so it's clear.
Excuse me. I'm good, sir. Thank you.
When we hear about this timeline feature and things like that with the Celebrite Physical Analyzer, it's not that when you open up the timeline feature, all of a sudden, all of this data that we're talking about, all these search histories, they pop up on the screen. You have to begin to methodically scroll through them and analyze each one.
Yes and no.
Okay. And that, yes and no.
Yeah.
You had to scroll through an enormous amount of data to even get to what you consider to be the suspicious search history.
Again, yes and no.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
This is so stupid. You won't get a clear answer from this motherfucker. Trained liar. Trained protector of, well, I still have to say, an alleged PDF grooming cop.
That's all I have. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Let me further on.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
All right. That, folks. Whew. Almost 6 hours. I was only planning for 3 hours and then split it up. But I couldn't stop watching this enormous clusterfuck. Jesus Christ. And did make a quick look. Has there been a decision yet? No, it hasn't. None that I could find. Oh, I need to go deeper into this case. Find the affidavits, the actual search warrants, and stuff like that. I don't know if I can do it by tomorrow. I will try. I will definitely try. Jesus Christ Almighty. Jesus Christ Almighty. What an absolute clusterfuck. What an absolute clusterfuck. Yeah, I need to go deeper into this. I need to, because this is so ridiculous. No court tomorrow. It's in the U. Yeah. Happy birthday tomorrow, America. Happy birthday, 4th of July. Now, I still have to go to work tomorrow. I can ask Melanie. Thank you. I will send off an email to Melanie and ask if she can share them. Thank you, Jen. Thank you. All right, folks. It is now 10:16 p.m. where I am. It is not that where you are. I believe it's 4:15 p.m. Eastern Time. Everybody, thank you. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you for hitting the subscription button. You guys did really good on that today. I think I gained something of the sort, like 60 new subscribers today. And that is amazing. That is amazing. Folks, I will continue with this case, but I also have other cases I cover. But definitely tune in on Monday. I will be covering the Turtle Boy hearing. And I have some surprises for you. I will have some surprises for you. So Monday, Andrea Burkott has agreed to turn up. And maybe a few more. We will see. We will see. So that will be an amazing stream. But folks, from me and Mr. Jingles, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for putting the thumbs up. Thank you for the gifted memberships. Thank you for becoming members. Thank you. And I will see you all in the next stream or video, hopefully tomorrow. Tomorrow I will start a little later. Because tomorrow we might get joined by the Wheel of Regrets. All right. Thank you again. See ya. Have a good one. And remember, folks, hug your family. Unless your family's shit, then fuck them and give your love to the people who deserve it. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Raven waves, brothers, axes high, shields strong. From distant lands we gather, can see songs of glory darken